Alright, so we are back at it again, doing our multiple things at once, in no way distracting. So, we are gonna do some coding, we're gonna do some writing, we're gonna do a few things. Will this pop up if I bring this up? No, I have to recapture it again. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna do some coding. We're going to make an online server for our chess game and see how that works. I don't even know if I'll use what I'm doing here, but I would like to set it up so I can use it for the future, or at least have an idea of how to do it later. But I imagine a lot of the stuff in here might change, since I'm trying to make a different game. But once we get done with this part, technically we're done with our project here. So I'm gonna turn down my music a little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much. But, again, just for the sake of it, for anyone who happens to look at these, I am watching a tutorial on how to make chess with multiplayer. It's been pretty helpful. But, pretty much, the video I'm on right now for this tutorial is for the client server logic. Then we have synchronized start, and then the last one is called moves and rematch. But I'm pretty sure essentially we should be good by that point. I might look over the other things later, but for the most part, after these next few videos, we should be able to start on the actual creative project we want to do here of making this game our own.
So this is our singleton implementation, though you could argue that it's not really a singleton because it's just a static instance and it doesn't provide you protection against new singleton. You know what I mean. I'm just gonna leave this section here at the top, and we're gonna...
Oh.
We also have to make sure we have an awake state singleton because it's just a static instance and it doesn't...
Oh, I didn't know you could do that to end regions. It's actually kind of helpful. Oh, wrong one. Moves it over anyway. Oh, there we go. Singleton hey. How do you spell it? Asian. Okay, so that helps you collapse that stuff easier. That is actually good to know. I didn't know you could use the number keys for that. That'll actually help later when I want to sort code a bit better to make it look a little cleaner.
Provide you
Clean up the
protection against
categories.
new singleton. You know what I mean. I'm just gonna leave this section here at the top, and we're gonna forget about it. Okay. Alright. Now let's talk about our server. We're gonna need a couple of things. First is something called a network driver, like so. At the moment, it is not being found, and that's because we don't have the proper include at the top. So by hitting Control dot, I can do using network transport, here it is, and I'll call this one driver. We're also going to need a list. Here I was gonna do protected, but since we're not inheriting from anything, we'll do private. A native list, Again, this one doesn't exist, so let's make sure we use unity.collection.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
And that list is going to be a list of network connection. We'll call it connection with an S. One small parallel, again, is that it's exactly the same code I use on my multiplayer survival game here. So this list of connection is going to be everybody who's connected to this very specific server. In this case, a maximum of 2 persons since we're doing a chess game. Now I have a couple more private field out here. One is a boolean to know if the server is active or not. That's going to be good for a logic. I also have something called a keep alive tick rate. So how long should I wait before I send a message? Just to make sure we are alive, basically. And with that comes in the last keep alive timestamp. So these two here are just to make sure I keep sending a message every 20 seconds. This is so the connection doesn't drop, basically. If we drop for a longer amount, it's like for example for 30 seconds, I believe, by default, then we might hit a timeout and that's going to disconnect the server. Or sorry, disconnect the client. One last thing I'm going to do here in the field is I'm going to create a new action, and that action is going to be connection drop. Really quick, I've included action with using system, and what's going to happen here if one player drops, I'm going to be calling this event, and this event will be fired, and I can do something according to whatever happens. Alright, so those are all the fields I'm going to be needing in the near future, and here are the methods. I'm going to start with the initialize. The initialize will take a single parameter, and that one is going to be the port. I'm not doing the IP right here because this is a server and it's going to be ran on localhost, or it's going to be ran on the public IPv6.
Oh. Trying to make all the code right away. Trying. This is a long video. You don't need that. Trying to guess what I want when I don't want it. There we go.
IP or IPv4 IP. So here I don't get to choose the IP address. However, I am going to choose which port it runs on. I'm also going to make sure I do a small section here with methods. There we go. Inside of this.
What? Wouldn't it be better to use the
I first have to initialize the driver and say network driver dot create actually. Again, this code is being provided by the transport layer. Okay. We then create a endpoint, so network endpoint, that I'll just call endpoint. This is going to be a local field, and I'm going to allow anybody to connect. So here, this endpoint over here is for the people to connect to us. When we're on the server, when we're on the client a little bit later on, this is where we want to connect. So this would be a specific IP on the client, but since we're on the server, this is all the connection we are going to accept. In this case, any IPv4 address will be accepted. I wonder if there's just any, and that's all, right? Oh, and also if you want to do a localhost here, you could do a loopback IPv4, so only yourself could connect to this. But here, let's allow anybody. Alright, and finally the port, of course, because you have the option to create a port. That's going to be one we receive in
Are these wrong? Is something wrong already? Network driver dot creates. Endpoint is obsolete. Network endpoint has been renamed to network endpoint. Oh. They just changed how it was named.
parameter. Alright, so right here we have our driver,
This
we
video
have
is
our
from, like,
endpoint. Now it's time to
2
actually
years ago.
start listening, because as a server, we need to listen for things that happens on the port. And to do so, we do it through driver.bind, and we bind the endpoint. So a common practice that we like to do is to wrap this up in between an if statement, and then if it's not equal to 0, so if it's not equal to, I believe they use 0 for success, then we're unable to bind to the port. So here I'm just going to input some of the code, unable to bind to the port, and we have an error. Else, well, we are listening, so drive
Wizard debug law, unable to bind to port. On port. Return. And we want an else statement. My name is Cleveland Brown. Proud to be in my hometown.
dot listen. Okay, we could also put a small statement here, such as currently listening on port, then add the port. Okay, so if we end up over here, the server isn't started. One of the reasons that could be true is if the port is already occupied. So for example here, if we send in the port 80, 80 is actually the port to listen to the HTML protocol, that wouldn't work. We have to use a port that is not used by any other application on the host machine. So, alright. This would be the initialize. So when we create a server, this is what happens. But we're not done just yet. We also have to start creating our list of connections. So connection is going to be...
You would think it wouldn't be done yet, right? Of course it's not done yet. The video is like an hour long and we're like 15 minutes in. It'd be kind of funny if it was
equal
done
to
that
a
quickly.
new native array, native list.
Okay, so connections equals new. Connection.
Sorry. And then we send in something here. We send in the amount of people we want to have in our game, the max amount of connection that we could have. So initial capacity, but since it's something that is going to be allocated persistently, like this, This is your max player, you could say. So in a chess game, that would be 2. If we go above that, it's not going to be allowed. We're going to have an issue. And finally, is active is going to be equal to true. That's a boolean that I'm going to be using for the logic of this game. Now bear with me, we've done the initialize. We're going to go do the shutdown. Shutdown is much easier. Let's do it quite fast actually. So public void shutdown. This happens.
Wait.
Amount of connection that we could have. So
Did I read
initial
it correctly?
capacity, but since it's something that is going to be allocated
Network connection
persistently,
2, allocator,
like this.
system.
This is your max player, you could say. So in a chess game, that would be 2.
If
If we go above that, it's
equals
not going to
true,
be
right?
allowed. We're going to have an issue. And finally, is active is going to be equal to true. That's a boolean that I'm going to be using for the logic of this game. Now bear with me, we've done the initialize. We're going to go do the shutdown. Shutdown is much easier. Let's do it quite fast actually. So public void shutdown. This happens.
Public void.
Is when you close off the server. We start by looking if it's active. If it's active,
Did it just create the whole thing for me? No, wait. Why did it do that? Oh. That still doesn't make sense, actually. That was weird. Strange. Very strange.
we dispose of the driver. We dispose of the native list. Oh, sorry, not dispose. And we put is active to false. So that is all that happens when we shut down the server.
Is that just a button we're gonna hit then? Oh, right. Parentheses. And connections. Dispose. And then is active equals false.
Now, to make sure everything is actually working quite good on Unity, and we actually dispose of these when Unity shuts down, I'm going to be adding the onDestroy callback. This one is called automatically by Unity, and in here, I'll call the shutdown. You could also do on application.
Undestroy.
Quit, I believe that's something we saw earlier in the mono singleton. Now this is where it gets a little bit complicated, and actually dispose of these when Unity shuts down. I'm going to be adding the onDestroy callback. This one is called automatically by Unity, and in here I'll call.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, did he even write anything in this? He did. It's calling back to that. Gotcha.
The shutdown. You could also do on application quit. I believe that's something we saw earlier in the mono singleton. Now this is where it gets a little bit complicated, and the place where it gets complicated,
Okay, that is correct.
it is of course the update function. So inside of the update function, I'm going to lay down the whole code right here actually. So let me just copy that over, and we'll just go over explain. explaining things.
Okay. Well, it's all written right there, so I guess I'll write it first and then hear the explanation. If is not active, return. Keep alive. I don't think we have that anywhere right now. Schedule update or push update? You gotta roll back the netcode, you know? You gotta roll it back. All I know about netcode as I write my own netcode. Clean up. Connections. Accept. Okay, looks like that's all we'll need here. So
First off, we check if it is
guessing
active.
we're going to have
if
to
it's
make all
not
of those
active, we
methods
just
now.
go, we return, right? We don't need anything if it's not active. The second function is going to be a function we'll create called keep alive. It's going to make sure that we send a message every 20 seconds in this case, just to make sure that there is communication back and forth in between the server and the client. Okay, so this one, we'll mark it down, we'll do it a little bit later on. Here, the driver schedule update complete is, because the driver is part of the job system, we have to make sure we call this, so it kind of empties up its queue of messages coming in. So this is done, this is actually something that we don't have to create. And then here comes three functions we have to create. First up, clean up connection. Is there anybody that is not connected to us right now, but we still have its reference? This is what it's going to be used for. Accept new connection is there somebody knocking on the door to enter our server, basically? And finally, the update message bump is, are they sending us a message? And if so, do we have to reply? Okay, so we will start off with the cleanup connection. And just like I've done with this function here, I'll copy and I'll paste the code so you have a quick look at it. And we'll just...
I guess he didn't want to write out everything. Not that I would either. Probably would do the same. Okay, so you got another for loop. We're using I, 0, using connections. Capital L. And there's another for loop. No, wait. Was it an if? Yeah, it was another. It was it. I don't know why I said for loop when I wrote if anyway, though. I did it right in my heart. It's created. And then we have connections, remove it, swap back. Alright. Wrong one. This one. I. Okay.
Go through it. Clean up connection, we look for every single connection in our list, in our array. If this connection is not created, so this boolean will swap off if the person has dropped, then we remove that connection at swapback and we We do -I here to make sure we don't break that loop, basically. Next up, we have the accept new connection.
Just give myself an idea of what they actually do.
Accept new connection will be looking at the driver to accept. That's where, is there anybody knocking at the door? This is returned through the accept. And if it's not a default connection, so if it's actually somebody who's there, then we're going to be adding that connection to the list. So those two are done. Those two were quite simple.
What? He's going through these faster than I thought. I wonder if the client is harder. He's kind of zooming through the server stuff. Not equal to defaults. And let's see. Oh, okay. So, let me just check again what he says about this one.
Next up, we have the accept new connection. Accept new connection will be looking at the driver to accept. That's where, is there anybody knocking at the door? This is returned through the accept. And if it's not a default connection, so if it's actually somebody who's there, then we're going to be adding that connection to the list. So
more or less.
those two are done. Those two were quite simple. And then finally is the update message bump. And I'll give you a moment to actually write that down, because it's quite a lot of stuff. You could also
try and organize this a little bit. I wonder if making too many spaces is not helpful. Not fixed update. What are you doing here, you silly little program? Wait. Yeah, oh. Oh. Okay, so data stream reader. Stream. We're streaming now. And then another for loop. The for loop uses connections.length. Though it's still using I for everything else. And in here we want network events pipe. And then command prompt. That's how I know CMD. I don't know if that actually means command prompt. I'm guessing teacher will say, she show. Actions I. No, not that, comma. Outstream? Do you outstream? Not equal to network events type empty. And go into another if statement. CMD equal network event type data. We got nets. I spell utility right. Utility on data stream actions I, comma, this. I don't know my backspace that much, but I did it anyway. Actually, we want to start a new line here. Else if CMD equal, just same thing. Yeah, network type event disconnect. And then debug log. What do we got for message? Client disconnected from server. Did I spell client wrong? I didn't start working on the client one. So if I spelled it wrong. Yeah, I did. Why did I do that? I accidentally wrote it as C-I-L-E-N-T instead of C-L-I-N-T. Client's one of those words that I feel like when I look at, I feel like it's wrong. And then, you know, it's actually right. I guess everyone has those feelings. Those feelings. Okay, let's look. Let's look. What else do I need in here? That was all for that message, right? Yep. And then connections. I. Network connection. Connection dropped. Invoke. And then we shut down. It's also outdated. Let me make sure I wrote it right. Pop event for connection. No S. No S. What about network utility and connection drops? Actually, on the guy's thing, it says network utility is wrong, but it says connection dropped is... It's not. Huh. Wonder what happened there.
Well, I believe at this point in the tutorial, there's going to be source file released, so if you want to see them, they're most likely in the description by now. Or on...
Can you actually put the source files in here? Well... I don't think he did put the source files in here, that liar. Oh, he put them on his website. He put them on his website. That's what he did.
GitLab. Okay, so update message bump. We start by declaring a stream reader, which will be used for those messages in case there's one. Now, for every single connection there is, because there are going to be like 2-person connected in this game, for example, there's going to be the host, which will also be a client because the host is playing, and then the client that will just run the client. If the network message that they send is either data or disconnect. Now do note that there is, I want to show you here because it's quite important. Every single frame, you could say, they send one of these 4 messages. Empty means there's no message in the queue, which means, okay, let's move on to the next person. Connect is when they knock at the door. That's you don't have to do anything with this because we actually take care of it when we call the driver.accept. Data is when they send a message. That's the most important one. That's when they send a net message. Whatever we defined earlier, it means that there's a packet that the server is receiving from a certain connection. So it's a specific player sending us over a message containing information in it.
Did you understand that one?
Is not a connect message because we don't take care of that. It's not an empty message because we just don't do anything with that. And it's not a disconnect message either because that's being taken care of right here. Plus,
don't understand.
For example, if we have a client that just Alt F4, he's technically not sending a message. However, the network type message we receive is a disconnect message in this case, and therefore we can at that point take care of it through here. So if the message we receive is data, we will do something here quite soon. And if it's not data, but it's a disconnect message being sent automatically, then we're going to be calling connection drop. And we're also going to be resetting that connection. That being said, connection drop is not... Oh, I didn't error here. That's why. Alright. One more thing.
He just spelled connection drop incorrectly in his declarations over here. I was wondering what was up with that. Like, it's your code, you're teaching us. So this one is for later. We'll get to the net utility.
That is not part of the code usually, is the following right here. Here, if somebody disconnects, so if the other player disconnects, I call shutdown. But this is not something that I do in my multiplayer game, because my survival game, because if somebody disconnect, if a client disconnect, I don't want to be shutting down the whole server because one person left. But in this case, since it's a 2-player game, I do it here. So it's very important. This does not happen usually. It's just because we're in a 2-person game. Okay. I want to make sure that this is understood quite well. Okay, and that would be pretty much it, I believe, for the server, though we could go ahead and create the 2 other methods we need. There's 2 other methods in the whole server, and then I promise I'm done. I know it's quite a lot, but we're going to be copying most of this code over to the client, so we're going to go quite fast for the client. Those 2 other methods are server specific. So server specific
Yeah, I feel like I would want to do the number thing to that, but I guess I won't for now. Oh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Ooh, baby, baby. I always think I spelled specific wrong too. Every time. I just look at it and go like, is that right?
And it
Is
is
that actually
a
right?
broadcast method, which will take care of sending a message to everybody, and a send to client.
Oh. Definitely has more than this, but just write out this first. Send to client, right? I'm going to quickly delete my client, just in case that we're going to reference it here. It just feels wrong. It doesn't just feel wrong. It's definitely right.
Client.
Definitely right. It just looks wrong. Looks wrong to me for some reason. I don't know why. Why does it look wrong? Okay, so scrolling down here. I zoomed in a little bit so it can be seen better. We're not writing any provocative stories that I have to have in little thing at the moment. We'll get to that later. I guess it's technically writing time still if I'm writing things, right? Connection. Okay, have this. Another for loop. The other one doesn't need a for loop, so don't worry about that. Connection length again. We're using eyes. Plus plus is correct. Then we're doing an if statement, but we don't need brackets for that. Is created. Then we get brackets. Get debug.log. This little debug log. Nice friendly little debug log. Once. Money, money, money. Actually, it's supposed to use the money here. Why is internal ID wrong? Connections, internal ID. Sure. Lawnmower. We have a few things that aren't being read here. So what's up with that?
Method. So this one would technically come in first, and this is going to be used when you want
Come in first. Why don't you just put it first? You jerky turkey.
to send a specific message to a specific person. So you're targeting one person that you want to send your message to, and you're sending that message only to this person. Broadcast would mean that you're taking one message and you're sending it to every single client there is, so the 2 players in this case. Now let's have a look at what is in here. When we send a message to a specific client, we have a data stream writer first, and then we start a driver without begin send. So basically this starts a connection with a very specific person. So here that would be, for example, player 1 or player 2. And outside of that, we get the writer back. So we kind of just take this writer, we put it in some sort of pipeline. That pipeline writes out to a writer, and it writes out information to basically who it is going to send it to. So when we do a begin send, it basically start grabbing your packet, it writes down the name of the destination, and then it actually spews it back out. So then after that, we can put it through our own message writer, you could say. And that's what this serialize is. So that's the message writer. So this is where we fill in the package of that box. Yeah, you know what, that's a good analogy. So this is Amazon. Amazon gives you a box, that's the box. When we do driver that begin send, we first write down the address on top of the box, and then we go inside of our manufacturer, we put stuff inside of it, and then we give it back to the postman. And when we do end send, the postman just carries your box out and send it to a very specific address. So this is exactly what happens. Mind you, our manufacturer is not open right now, so we're gonna just shut this down for the moment. You know, the quarantine and all, we're just gonna make sure we shut that down. So broadcast is basically the exact same process. However, you have a list of client initially, so a list of everybody who wants to have your package. They all bought off your offer in Amazon, and then you create a box for every single one of them. And I should stop the analogy. Alright, I'm sorry. It's a list that goes through all the client, and then it sends the message to them. So this goes here. Now I put in commentary 2 things here. Those 2 things are basically because our manufacturer isn't open.
Excuse me. Been rainy and stuff over here. Keep getting the sneeze. Keep on sneezing. Ugh. Those sniffles hit hard. They hit hard. Those sniffles, they did not cut deep enough. Bum.
And I should stop the analogy. Alright, I'm sorry. It's a list that goes through all the client and then it sends the message to them. So this goes here. Now I put in commentary two things here. Those two things are basically because our manufacturer isn't open and we're about to go do just that after writing down the client. Okay, let's make sure everything works, everything compiles. It seemed like it does. Couple of warning here, that's totally normal. That's because we're not using all the fields and whatnot. Okay, so next up, I'm gonna be opening up both the client and then the server, and we will do pretty much the same process, but we'll do it fairly.
Wait, did I miss something there?
Both the client and then the server. Now I put in commentary two things here. Those two things are basically because our manufacturer isn't open and we're about to go do just that after writing down the client. Okay, let's make sure everything works, everything compiles. It seemed like it does. Couple of warning here, that's totally normal. That's because we're not using all the fields and whatnot. Okay, so next up, I'm gonna be opening up both the client and then the server, and we will do pretty much the same process, but we'll do it fairly fast this time. So please stick along with me. You can actually keep up with me, I'm sure of it. We're gonna start.
You can keep up with me, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I'm sure it too. Maybe. Can I? I think we're pretty much using the same thing, so shouldn't I just do this? Because I'm probably gonna need the same thing, right? Okay, let's take that. Guessing that's all they do, right?
With the client, we are going to be swapping the mono singleton instance over here. So the singleton implementation now becomes a static instance of client. Good, so we're done with that part. Now
Okay.
for the field that we are going to be declaring, it's going to change a little bit. So let me just copy all of that over and we're going to modify it here. Yes, we still need a network driver. Yes, we still need to include network transport. Here, we don't need to have a list of connection. We just need to have a single connection. So I'm going to be removing the S and just turning.
Does that mean I don't need this, right? Potentially. Network connection.
That into a single field. Why? Because we just have a single connection to the server and not multiple connection coming inside of well, the client doesn't accept any other connection but the server. We are still going to need a boolean for is active, and we're still going to need an action if something drops. So if
Yeah, we still need system anyhow. So far I had all the right usings besides adding
we
the
drop
extra
from
one.
the server basically. So those fields, they remain here. And then we can start writing down the following, the methods. And I'll copy over these three. So
Okay, let's see. Go over to our server. Copying over these three.
all of them, initialize, shutdown, and unstroy. Paste them here, and we're gonna have to change a couple of things. So first, the initialize takes in more than just a port now. It also takes in an IP, so string IP. The driver is still created. We still create a endpoint, but instead of actually trying to connect anywhere, which is not going to work, we're going to be doing network endpoint dot parse, and we're going to be parsing the IP and the port. So whatever we input inside of the box at the beginning, right? So the input field. The port is going to be something we define behind the scene. No need to go further than that. Since we actually do a parse here, we're not going to need that statement for the port.
Okay. Get rid of it. Don't need it.
And then what we're going to do once we have all of that is we're just going to try to connect. So let's remove the driver.bind. We're not binding.
Okay, get rid of all that too. A lot smaller.
To anything. We're actually going to try to connect. So we're going to say connection is equal to driver.connect, and we send in the endpoint we just created. Alright. Next up, we can remove this. We don't need it anymore.
Okay.
IsActive is going to be true in case it needs to be true. We could also have a debug.log in between those two right here. So attempting to connect.
I think it's a good idea to have debug logs for the online stuff. They're probably safe to just keep throwing in. Okay, need that.
To the endpoint.address. And then after that, there's going to be one more thing that we haven't done earlier, but we'll do here. It's a function that is part of the flow I like to create. Register to events. So register to events is, it's always a function that I put in the initialize. It has to do with registering to other scripts.
Register to events. Yeah, that's correct.
That will tell us if something happens. So in this case, register to event is going to keep track of the keep alive messages. I will skip that for the moment, but I'll come back to it once we create it by the end of this episode, of course. So that initialize is right here. Collapse it down. Inside of the shutdown.
Okay. I don't see any reason to comment it out right now. It should all work correctly if I'm doing it right. And if it doesn't, then I'll have a fun time figuring out what's wrong.
I believe everything pretty much remains the same. So IsActive, if that is true, we would dispose of the driver. We unregister from event. So, okay, that's going to be a little bit complex here. We have the register to event here. Down there is going to be the unregister to.
unregistered
event, which of course doesn't work just yet, but we'll come back to that in a second.
Oh, they put it up here, just in case. Just in case.
And we're gonna dispose of the driver, yep, and we're gonna put is active to false.
Oh, we don't need the other thing? A lot of these are smaller for the client.
I believe we could also do connection is equal to default network connection just to reset it, just in case.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's gonna be useful because we would reset it, but hey, it's there in case we decide to. And finally, the undestroy remains the same, so we can collapse this down and go.
Okay, undestroy is same. That's all good.
To the second section, which has to do with the updates. Update, I'm going to be grabbing let's grab all of it. So let's grab
I'm gonna be grabbing all of it. Just grab everything. Take everything in that update field. Alright. Here we go again.
all of it, including the
Oh.
update message bump. Paste it here, and we're gonna remove things.
Yeah. So they meant everything here. Literally everything. Okay.
As we go through, because of course we're not going to need all of that. We don't need to take care of as many things as the server does. So here,
Makes sense.
if is alive is false, we just do a return. That's fine. We don't have a keep alive to keep track
We're to keep alive. Don't need it.
off, actually, because what's going to happen is the server is going to send us a message. We're going to be listening for that message on the client, and if we receive it, we're just going to ping back the client, the server. So we will be waiting for the server to send us a keep alive message before we just send it back to him. So we don't technically have to take care of certain float and a timer. We'll just sit there, and if the server asks us if we're here, we're just going to say, yep, we are. Alright. Okay. So we don't have a keep alive, but we're gonna have a check alive instead, which is a tad bit different.
Check alive.
This check alive is just going to be looking if we're still connected to the server. So for example, if keep alive is there and it works, the server sends us ping, that's fine. But if the server is down, we don't get to know that. So we have to check if our connection is alive or not. And that's where we will do it, just beneath that. So private void check alive. And I'll paste in that code right here. If my
Oh boy. A lot of pasting today from this guy. Usually takes you through it a bit slower. But he's just pasting the code and then kind of telling you what it does. Still not a bad teacher. I kind of like I know this guy isn't trying to be a literal teacher, but he is giving a tutorial. So it's more like being a teacher, right? But I kind of like this way of teaching sometimes better than how Unity Learn was doing it. Then some of the Unity Learn people just felt a little boring, but I guess that can happen with anything, right? Not that this guy is the most exciting voice to listen to, but you know, I'm not the most exciting voice to listen to either. That being said, I like how he goes through the code to try and make you understand what you're writing down, even if you were to copy and paste it. He at least gives it the college try. Try and say, like, this is what you're actually doing. Because a lot of this stuff you could just skip and just copy down his code. Or go to his file and just copy it down from there, but I'm trying to learn. Trying to learn what I'm actually doing.
Connection is not created, and I am supposed to be active. Then something went wrong, we lost connection to the server, and we're going to call connection drop, and also shut down the client, so we have another chance to connect later on to somebody else. Okay, now the next thing we have in the update, because we're going to go back here, is a cleanup connection. Here, we don't need that. We are not a server, therefore we don't need to clean up connections that are dead to us. We only have...
Huh? And why would we copy and paste it? And you just not tell us to not copy it. Okay, so cleanup connection, not needed. Dead. Pretend like it never existed.
one connection and it's being taken care of in the check live. Accept new connection is also something we don't need to do because we're not accepting anybody else that connects to us. So let's take this and
if we didn't need that. Okay, maybe I take back everything I said. This guy's state. No. They've been very helpful still. Regardless of the unintuitive sides. They probably did not write a script for their little tutorial.
kill it. And then finally, we have the update message pump. The update message pump is going to be quite important, as you probably guessed it, but it's going to change a lot since we don't need to do the exact same thing as the server. We don't have to go through a loop. We just have to go through a single connection. And to do so, we're going to be removing this loop. So this for loop over here, well, let's remove it. Let's also make sure we remove this set of brackets.
Okay, so we don't need the for loop.
As well, I'll bump that one space, but the rest actually stays here.
Didn't think we'd need the collections, but we did need the collections.
Here. So we're still gonna be looking for messages being sent by that specific connection. And to do so, I'll do a while loop, just like that, but I'll remove the content of that to change, instead of doing pop event for connection, we're gonna be doing just pop event, but through the connection. So here, let me show you what it does. Connection.pop event. Driver.
Connection.popEvent.
Out stream. And if that is not equal to network connection, actually no, network event dot empty, oh sorry, dot type dot empty, then we can go ahead and enter this loop.
Oh, so it is pretty much the same. We're just changing it to pop events. We're swapping the driver, the outstream in, but everything else is the same for that part.
So it looks like the exact same line as we did earlier, but instead of pooling the driver for all the connection, we just pool a single connection, which make things a little bit more efficient. Now inside of here, we have to parse 3 different messages, and I'll just remove all of these.
Okay, all of these go. Don't need any of them. Donut any of them. No donuts. Only pain.
For the moment, the 3 messages we need to parse are the following.
Cool. Network type connection. It looks like we're using connection, data, and disconnect. So we have data and disconnect, but we need connection in here. Just making sure I'm using event for all of them. Yeah, I am using event for all of them. Okay. So we want in the server, net welcome. We want else if CMD type, and we want then we want our net utility. Data stream default network connection. Boom. Is that also an else if? Yeah, it's still also an else if. Okay. Then disconnect. Client got disconnected from server. And then we want connection default network connection. Okay. Just check really quick if that's all right.
The connect message, the data message, and the disconnect message. Here, I'll be commenting out these, and I'll leave the disconnect. When we disconnect also, we have to make sure we call the on connection drop, something that I haven't done in my code earlier, but now I will do. So connection drop. By the way, every time I call an event, I always put a question mark at the end, because we have to make sure it's not empty. If we call an event that is empty, it's gonna crash. So we don't wanna be calling an empty event basically. So somebody needs to be listening to it, is what I'm trying to say. And by adding the question mark, we can make sure that somebody is there, because this. Check if it's null. If it's null, it's not going to do anything. If it's not null, then we can call the invoke. And then of course, we'll do a shutdown as well if we end up disconnecting. Alright, so the update message bump is kind of similar. However, here we take care of the connect event, which is something we didn't do earlier. When we connect, we're going to be telling the server, hey, we're here. Basically, we're going to be sending a message a little bit later on that says, hey server, we're here. Add us to your game, or add us to your lobby, or whatever. We're also going to be parsing messages in case somebody sends us a message. If the server sends us a message, we have to make sure we receive it. In this case, that would be, hey, player black has moved his pawn from X to Y. So those will be the message we receive, or message such as the keep alive message. And then finally, disconnect just takes care if we're dropping the connection. Okay, so we've done the update section. I believe that was the worst. Now let's go down to the final section, which would be sending in messages. So the only person we have to send message to right here would be the server. And here is what it looks like. So send to server, we create the box, we write the address on the box, we package whatever needs to be packaged inside of that box, and then we send it to UPS. That's what happens.
He really likes this analogy, doesn't he? Doing
We just don't have the manufacturer yet, so we're going to comment.
serialized Rough Rider. Seems like it's exactly the same.
Without the message that's serialized right here. I lied. There's one more section, and I'm sorry about that. That section is what I've mentioned earlier. It's the register to events, and it's also one last function. We'll call this one event parsing.
Okay. Yeah, done. They're venting. Somebody stop them.
3 functions in here. One for registering to
Do we need the on keep alive? Checking if we're alive. Do we need to keep anything alive? I don't know. Oh. Got register to events. And we got unregistered to event. And then we have okay. Send it back. Gonna write it as the guy has it. Okay, so then we'll need the net utility, keep alive. Oh, sorry. Minus equal. Haven't used that much. On keep alive. Okay, then we need. Do we need that?
event. One for unregistering to it.
Okay.
event and the on keep alive, and I'll explain the system right now. So first off, I'll go inside of the initialize, I'll uncomment this.
Yeah, I already have it uncommented.
Inside of the shutdown, uncomment that. So what will happen at this point? When we initialize, we register to a certain event, and if we shut down, we unregister from them. Those events will be events that are bound to every single different message. Here, a little bit later on, we're going to have our keep alive message, and whenever we receive a keep alive message, we're going to be calling this very specific function, the one that is now listening to, right? And we're going to be calling it with the message received. So in this,
Oh yeah, did I put that there? No, I didn't. Net message.
case, that would be the keep alive message. Now what is cool about this is whenever we receive a keep alive message, we're going to be calling a very specific event, so this one, and then the message is actually being sent right here. I do know that this is a net message normal one, but I'll give you a preview of what happens a little bit later on during the tutorial. So here we are parsing a, don't copy that by the way, but here we are parsing a welcome message. So when we connect, we send in a welcome message. It's still the same thing, but then we receive it as a net welcome message because we parse it as that. And then inside of that net welcome, there are specific things such as the assign team. So this will happen shortly in, I believe, the next episode or the one after that, but just keep your head up for that. Here, we don't actually parse this into a keep alive message because the keep alive message is actually empty. We don't send anything but the message itself, so, and the type of that message. So that's why we don't do anything fancy here. We just take that message and then send it back. So as I mentioned earlier, that keep alive message is something that the server will be generating every 20 seconds, and then when he sends it over to the client, this is going to be called, this is going to be called, and then we go down here and we just ping it back. So we send the message back to the server to say, the server asks us, are you alive? We just say yes, right? But he needs to ask us first. Okay, so we're pretty much done with the client and the server for the moment. We're gonna have to come back and uncomment a couple of things later on.
Moonbreaker is
Oh, no.
good. It's a sci-fi
A bad commercial.
with all kinds of wacky characters.
Keep up, guys, just keep up. We're almost done. We have to do the net message right now. So
We're almost done. It has like 30 minutes left. For coding, that is kind of almost done still. But net messages.
So as we've mentioned earlier, the net message would be your box, would be the box traveling in between the server and the client.
Oh, we're not using mono behavior. Dangerous. Just committing my GitHub.
Inside of it, you put whatever you feel like.
Huh?
However, here, the base message, so this is going to be a base class and every other messages will inherit from that class. The base message needs to have a couple of virtual things so all the boxes are the same and we can handle them as one. So when we send a message, we don't need to create something like send net welcome. We can just do send message and the net welcome will be parsed as a net message. So here are fields that are going to be everywhere. First up, we have the operation code, which is going to be a set and get. That operation code will be a enum. That enum will then be created somewhere else, not in this script, but I'll give you an example of what it is right now. So public enum operation code. We'll start with the keep alive. Keep alive is going to be, for example, byte 1. It could be byte 0, but let's do byte 1. There's going to be a welcome message later on. There's going to be a start game message later on. There's going to be all of that. I'll leave them here for the moment, but I'll move them over to another script quite soon.
Okay, so we're going to move that. Do I even bother then? Yeah, we'll do it for now. Overpowered code. Search game.
And actually, you know what? Let's write them all down so it's not too confusing. For the whole tutorial, from start to finish, we're gonna have a total of 5 messages, and here they are: keep alive, welcome, start game, make move, and then rematch. So only 5 messages. Now, to be frank, we could actually shrink this down and actually use, I believe, 3 message tops for the whole game, or actually maybe even 2. Well, we could do 1 even. So we could shrink this down to only using a single message, a single operation code, but I would rather not for clarity purpose. Now, do note that the smallest piece of information you can write inside of a net message, or you could say a box, would be a byte. And you know, we have 0 to 255 slots to use. If we were, for example, if we were about to write our 257th message, for example, if we reach a point where we have 257 of those, then maybe we would try and shrink it down, like, and merge some messages together. Why? Because every single message will have an operation code to it, and if we reach to a point that, for example, we're now at 257, it would mean that we need 2 bytes to write this number, and all the new messages being sent and all the old messages being sent would have to have 2 bytes. And you know, that's adding a byte to every single message, which might get expensive in the long run. So I'm not scared of adding message right here for clarity purpose, as long as we don't go beyond 255, which will never go. Like, I mean, I have roughly 20 for my survival game right now, and it's too much.
Well, I'll just write that for myself, so I know sort of what it's for. But that's interesting to think about. I wonder if when people have bad net code, does that mean that they go over 255 bytes?
But yeah, no, we don't need to go that far. So those are the operation code, and every single message is gonna have an operation code. Now this class right here is not quite done. We still have to create a couple of things, and those things are gonna be the serialize, deserialize, receive on client, and receive on server function, which I know we're getting quite ahead in the tutorial. I'm going to write down right here and just explain.
Okay, public virtual void, public virtual void, public virtual void. Okay, we have 4 virtual voids. Make sure I actually spell things correctly. Honest. Serialize. Like I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, those keep hitting me. Keep hitting me. Just unserialize, right? Yeah.
Now here we're using
Data stream reader. Like, then we want receive data on client. Received. Wait. Yeah, received on. And
networking transport. So I'm gonna
alright, I can just do this.
make sure to include that at the top. Also remove Unity Engine, I don't need that. This is a whole class right here.
Received on server. Okay. Reader write bytes code.
And what happened is serialize is when you
Oh wait, this guy only has this though. But it says we need collections. Maybe they changed it.
put stuff inside of the box, right? So that's where the box is being sent to manufacturer. It has an address on it at this point, and we're just putting whatever the person ordered inside of it.
Yep. I don't actually know why that doesn't exist right now. No, I did. I wrote it wrong. Okay.
Deserialize is the other way around. Is we are the client, we received the box, it just arrived at our doorstep, and we're unpacking it and putting whatever was inside of it. We're putting it at the right places. We're making sure that it fits within a certain object. Receive on client is a function that I'll be calling when I receive that box on the client side, and receive on the server side is the same thing, but there's a small difference here. When we are the server and we receive a message, we are also gonna attach whomever sent it to us. So, for example, if we are a manufacturer and we receive an item from a client, we need to know who that client is. We need to know because, for example, if that client sends us a specific request that only us can answer, we need to reply back to only him. So it's like a back and forth connection. However, if we receive it on the client, we know that there's only one manufacturer here. We know that there's only one server. So when we receive on client, we know who sent it. It's only Amazon and nobody else, right? We only deal with Amazon. Okay, buy locally, guys. All right, so that would be our net message class. One more class, again, sorry guys, this is not done yet, but one more class that we're going to be writing is something that I like to call the net utility. And the net utility will take care of doing stuff. It's just going to be a helper class that contains this enum class, this enum, and also all the events that we're going to be firing. The net utility will contain all of that. And I'll put it down inside of the net folder as well. So I'll create a new script, call it net utility.
Okay. Let's create that. Nets. Utility. It looked like we're just copying and pasting this? Question mark. Oh, great.
Is this how you present important work to other people?
No,
And this one's going to be fun.
advertisements.
It's going to be a static class. So public static class.
Okay, so net utility. Static class.
And as I've mentioned earlier, since we're not running out of time, but we're going
No mono behavior.
quite ahead, I'm going to be copying most of the code over, starting with the enum that I had earlier. So over here, I have the enum in the messages, net message. I'll put that at the top here. So I have a single spot where I can edit most of what I need inside of net messages. Here I'll be using system net.
Oh. Putting it above this one.
Working transport, and you
Okay, there we go.
the engine. And as I go down inside of the static class, I'm going to be creating all the different net messages here, and I do recommend that you copy that over from whatever source. I believe it's going to be on GitLab at that point. I like GitLab quite a lot.
It'd be nice if he just had the code source posted here. But he doesn't. He does not. He could have just made a comment for it or something, you know? Well, public static action net message. No, what are you doing? Stop writing up there. Okay, so let's see. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One way to do it. Here, I'll move it over a little bit. A little tiny bit. Zoom enhance. Okay. Let's get some slightly louder music in here. Slightly louder. Keep alive. Welcome. Start game. Make move. Rematch. And then we have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And then it's just the same thing again. Okay. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, it's S though. One client and one server. That makes sense.
Here are all the messages, and here are all the events that are going to be associated with them. They're all static. Very important that they are static in this case. Those messages are basically, we have 5 messages, right? Those are all events that are being fired depending on which side the message has arrived. For example, the C keep alive is when we receive the keep alive message on the client. The S keep alive is when we receive it on the server side. And you're going to see here a difference is between
Makes
the
sense.
signature of the action. So when we receive it on the client side, then it's just the message itself. But when we receive it on the server side, it's the message itself plus whomever sent it. And those are all the action. Now there is a function that is going to be shared in between. It's a function that's going to be shared in between both the server and the client, and we saw it a little bit earlier. It's the onData function, and I'll just copy that over. So it's quite a big function, and let me actually explain what this is.
They lied to me. We didn't need collections. They must have like changed it before this guy did these videos. Well, after these guys did these videos, but it was 2 years ago, so they probably updated how the network stuff works.
Quite fast. So earlier in our server, we have this over here. Whenever we receive a message that has type of data, we need to parse that data somehow. And this is what the utility on data is for. I'll remove out the comments since we now have it. Same thing in the client side. I want to remove out the client. Sorry, not the client, but the comments. And since we're here, let's also remove all of these. So messages serialized exists. The net utility C keep alive exists. So everything that was commented earlier, I'd like to just put it back since now we have all the piece of code that we need. Except this one. And just have a look at this function. So I'll go over it quickly. Here is a function that is actually shared in between both the server and the client, and that...
Okay. Well, let me start writing it down first. So you got... and that message. Switch? Yeah, switch. I haven't used switch before, I believe. New to me. Capital C. Capital C, capital C. Just make sure those are all correct. Okay, then we want our case. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Welcome. Let me actually just make sure, are these all the same? Yeah, all of them are the same. Okay. Manage. Stream. Boom. Break. Okay. I think I just spelled default wrong. Oh. Message received had no one piece code. Very good. Oh. Wondering what I did there wrong there.
Function happens when you receive a message containing data inside of it. So you can receive, if you guys remember, you can receive 4 different type of message. One of them would be empty, one of them would be connection, the other one would be disconnection, and then the fourth one would be data. When we receive data, we are going to create a message, and that message is going to be depending on what the operation code is, it's going to be created inside of its own class. Another good way to visualize this is you've just received a box at your door. Note that this process right here only happens when you receive a message. So you know the box has already been made. The client or the server, they already put down an address on the box, they put some content inside of a box, and they sent it to you. This happens when you receive it. On data is when you open up that box. We know that there is going to be content inside of that box. So we create a field right here that is going to say, hey, this is the content in that box. We still don't know what it is, right? We don't know what is inside of that box at the moment, but we're gonna just take a peek. And this is what the read byte is for. So every time that we are to create a message, right? Every time that we are to create a box, we're going to put on top of the box, as we wrap it, we're going to put just a small hint on top of the box that says, hey, this is a message for Keep Alive, or hey, this is a welcome message. That's going to be on the top layer of our box. And when we unpack it, when we unpack that box, we open it up, the first thing we see is that small byte, and that byte says, hey, this is a Keep Alive. So what happened is that first we start by saying, hey, this is a message. We know that there is content inside of that box. I still don't know what type of content. Wait, let me have a peek. I open up the box, I read the first byte, and then I say, okay, well, I just see the top of the box, but by looking at the top, I can tell that this is a Keep Alive message. And then from that point on, since I know the type, I can recreate that object with the data stream. So then at that point, I read the box as it is a Keep Alive message. Okay, not implemented yet, so we still don't know how we go about reading this, but we'll see it in just a moment. For this time, we're going to be commenting out everything but the Keep Alive. Why? Because we're not doing them in this episode. We'll get to that just after explaining the rest of this
I
function.
plan on doing it right away
Do
anyway.
note that we also have a default case in case we receive a message and we still don't know what the type is because we haven't made a case for it. So here we do a log error because we never want to have a message that we don't know what is inside of it. That's usually a runaway from that. It's going to explode. Okay, so this explodes our code because the box is full of we don't know what. Perfect. Now the next part here is in regard.
Means code is going to explode. Keep on dancing,
To the
dancing.
receive on server and receive on client. If the data we receive here, if
Whoa. You adding new stuff to the mix here. Wait, is it client? Yeah. That also CNN? No.
Server is equal to null, which is null by default, by the way. So this is null by default. As you can see here, when we do when we do on data stream and the default connection, we call the on data just the stream, so just the content.
Let's see. Where's our message pump? Connection drop, defaults. Yeah, this is for the client one. Okay. Utility, stream, defaults. Yeah, that's correct.
Of the message, not the content, sorry, but the whole box, and then we default the connection. That is on the client side, but on the server side, we send in the stream, whomever sent it, and then this as a server. Why do I do that? I do that
have no idea.
So when I enter the on data, I know that this is a server. But I need to know whether or not I'm calling this on data from the server or the client, because it's important for me to call receive on client and receive on server after that. But you're missing a crucial piece of information right now, and it's how do we package and unpackage this information. When we create our box, how do we put the operation code on top, so when we open it up we can see, hey, this is it. And how do we unpackage it so we can peek at the operation code and also peek at the content inside of it. I'll show that to you right now as we create our keep alive message. So when I create a new message, I create a new behavior class. So this one's going to be called net keep alive. In some of the iteration that I do, I like to just put.
Okay, so I'm actually making it inside the net messages.
An underscore after a net, but I decided not to do that for this game. Don't know why, but it just hands up like that. And here is my keep alive message. When you are to create a new message, I usually just wipe everything because I don't want to have any overhead for your messages are going to be carried on throughout your whole pipeline messages, so we're going to be really careful here. And I make sure to inherit from net message because I want to have the followings. I want to have all of them. They're all going to be useful. So back on my keep alive, the first thing I want to do is create a constructor. Two constructor actually. A keep alive.
Net keep alive, keep alive. Okay, which both keep alive. Actually, wait, the other one's just... No, they're both not keep alive. So how does he make that come up, though? If it can't be used? Well, it's probably going to say. So we got code, OP, keep alive, deserialized reader. That's wrong. Oop.
Constructor with nothing in it, and then a keep alive constructor with a parameter type of raider. Here, what they
What? What did that do? I'm just gonna use all these.
do. First, when I create a new key,
Do you mean this one? I just wrote it wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you mean that. Why did I write it like that? Why did I write it as un instead of D? I don't know.
keep alive message because I just want to send it over. I want to make sure I assign my code, and my operation code is the keep alive operation code, also known as 1 at the moment. But do note, you could change it at any time, not a problem. You could reorder this as long as you...
That was under his net message. Let me just look really quick. Yeah, you're at deserialize. I don't know why I did what I did.
It's the two difference in between them. This is when you want to package something for someone, so send it over. I want to make sure I assign my code, and my operation code is the keep alive operation code, also known as 1 at the moment. But do note, you could change it at any time, not a problem. You could reorder this as long as you keep the same name.
Wait, why is this wrong?
really careful here. And I make sure to inherit from that message because I want to have the followings. I want to have all of them. They're all going to be useful. So back on my keep alive, the first thing I want to do is create a constructor. Two constructor actually. A keep alive constructor with nothing in it, and then a keep alive constructor with a parameter type of reader. Here, what they do. First,
Inheriting from that. Did I do something wrong in that message? Oh, I do this a lot. I accidentally made this private when it should be public. That's why I couldn't use it over there. That would make sense. Always good to double check that stuff, huh? I'm sure I just saved that again. Okay.
it's too much. But
Fixing and fiddling.
you don't need to go that far. So those are the operation code, and every single message is gonna have a message constructor with nothing in it, and then a keep alive constructor with a parameter type of reader. Here, what they do. First, when I create a new keep alive message, because I just want to send it over, I want to make sure I assign my code, and my operation code is the keep alive operation code, also known as 1 at the moment. But do note, you could change it at any time, not a problem. You could reorder this as long as you keep the same name in the operation code. Now, I also have a second constructor. And to make it simple, this is when you're making the box. So here, this is making the box. And
Okay. Making box.
the other one is just when you're receiving it. So
Getting the box.
it's the two difference in between them. This is when you want to package something for someone. So here the server is going to package up a new keep alive message, and this is when you receive it. How is it different? Well, when you receive it, it's already full of information. You just haven't unpacked it yet. So you know that the box contains information about the keep alive message or the make a move message. It contains that information, but it's all wrapped up inside of this data stream reader, and we haven't really unpacked it yet. The
Okay.
unpack comes from the deserialize right here. And guys, this is where it gets fun, right?
No.
Packing up and unpacking the box.
Okay, so we're overriding those. Public override void. Look. And that is the unserialized. Which is deserialized, and I just keep saying it wrong. I think I can keep the top parts. Yeah. You got writer, write byte code.
There is a slight difference in between the two, and there is a small caveat as well that I have to explain. First up, when we create a new box containing that message, this is what we do. We first have we have the box, right? So this is being provided to us by Amazon, for example. They provide this to us.
Never
At
there.
that point, if you guys remember, at that point we already have the address where it's going. So we
I can
already
feel him
have all of
smiling
that.
to himself.
To make sure we understand, let's go back to the flow. Send to client. We create a new box. That box has your address on it, and then message.serialize, which we will uncomment because we're right here. this is where we package it up. And that message.serialize is actually this function, right? That's our serialize function,
Yeah.
overridden from the net message. Here, we write the top of the box. So we write the operation code. That's where we're going to be peeking at. And that is a single byte, so we make sure to call the write byte. Totally fine. Now, here
Right byte.
is where you would think that we have to do reader.read byte. But truth is, we don't do that here. And the reason we don't do it is because when we get to that point where we deserialize an object, we already had to read the first byte. So this is where it gets weird, because we already open up the box. During the flow of deserialize, we already open up the box. And I'll prove it to you. Over here, we already read the first byte. So here we have a box, we don't know what the content of it is, but we peek and we remove the first part, and that first part is the operation code. After that, after we remove the first part, we then create our keep alive message with a string, which would mean we enter this, we deserialize, and then we enter this part here. And at that point, the top part is already gone, so we don't have that anymore. And technically, since this is a keep alive message and it doesn't contain any information, this is where I would put my information. It doesn't contain anything. We don't have to deserialize anything, and we're quite good here.
Huh?
To give you a quick example at a message that is a bit different, for example, the make a move message. Here we have a bunch of information inside of the box, and as we unpack it, so we write the code, right? We write the top part, then we write information such as where the piece was, where it's going, and also which team it was. When we read it, we read the exact same way around. So original, destination, and theme. We don't read the code, but this is how we would go about unpacking the box. Enough of a peek to the future. We're gonna finish up this by doing the two functions that we talked about: receive on client and receive on server.
Okay. Right, this one's public override void. Yeah. Those are both fine. Then we need net utility. Yeah, great. No, wait. This also.
Both overridden for the sole purpose that the first one, they had nothing in it, right? So this net message over here, receive on client, receive on server, nothing happens. But inside of the keep alive, we can call the keep alive on both sides with a dot invoke. And this is going to wrap up, I believe, all the code that we needed to do today. It was a really big episode, guys. I'm actually quite sorry about that. I wasn't expecting to be that big, but we went through a lot of different parallels. And yeah, it's quite big. To make sure everything works, let's actually plug this in through our, I believe this was on our UI pieces. So we're gonna make sure to put that on the UI piece. And let's open up the engine as well, see if everything compiles. That would be quite important. And everything does. Now we can go inside of the game UI, and under the game UI, we're gonna be booting the server and also the client from different places. But of course, we'll need a reference to that before we go ahead and do anything. So at the very top of our game UI, I keep baiting you into more code. I'm very sorry for that. We're about to wrap up the episode, I promise.
You're baiting me. Baiting me to code even more. Okay. Look.
Server and client, both of them. So we'll need a reference to that. Let's make sure we assign it right now so we don't forget.
I guess I can. I'll just do this for now. What compile errors do I have right now? Shouldn't have any compiler errors right now. Huh. Shouldn't this be fine? Or are you not okay? Sending message code to connections. No, it still says it's wrong. The guy's fault.
And with do a loop back IP, we're gonna have an issue. So for example, here, if we send nothing at, they're gonna be like 2-person connected in this game, for example. We're gonna go quite fast for the client. That's the message writer, so
Where's the keep alive under? Under update.
Actually dispose of course, the update keep alive. It's gonna make sure that we send a message every 20 seconds in this case, just to make sure that there is communication back and forth in between the server and the client. Okay, so this one, we'll mark it down, we'll do it a little bit later on.
Hmm. I don't know why that's not working. Connections I. Send to client. Internal ID is spelled correctly. Have that correct. Have that correct. Have it written exactly the same. Is created. There's all these keep alive things, though, that we never call.
Somebody is there because this event parsing. 3 functions here, one for registering to event, one for unregistering to event, and the on keep alive. And I'll explain the system right now. So first off, I'll go inside of the initialize, I'll uncomment this, inside of the shutdown, uncomment that. So what will happen at this point, when we initialize, we register to a certain event, and if we shut down, we unregister from them. Those events will be events that are bound to every single different message. Here, a little bit later on, we're gonna have our keep alive message, And whenever we receive a keep alive message, we're going to be calling this very specific function, the one that is now listening to, right? And we're going to be calling it with the message received. So in this case, that would be the keep alive. So here we are parsing a, don't copy that by the way, but here we are parsing a welcome message. So when we connect, we send in a welcome message. It's still the same thing, but then we receive it as a net back. So as I mentioned earlier, that keep alive message is something that the server will be generating every 20 seconds. And then when he sends it over to the client, this is going to be called, this is going to be called, and then we go down here and we just ping it back. So we send the message back to the server to say, the server asks us, are you alive? We just say yes, right? But he needs to ask us first. Okay, so we're pretty much done with the client and the server for the moment. We're going to have to come back and
I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong here. As far as I know, the keep alive thing should work now. But it seems to not. And the internal ID thing isn't doing anything.
Two-person game. Okay. Just I want to make sure that this is understood quite well. Okay. And that would be pretty much it, I believe, for the server, though we could go ahead and create the two other methods we need. There's two other methods in the whole server, and then I promise I'm done. I know it's quite a lot, but we're going to be copying most of this code over. Podcast would mean that you're taking one message and you're sending it to every single client there is, so the two players in this case.
Not this one.
Now let's have a look at what is in here. When we send a message to a specific client, we have a data stream writer first, and then we start a driver without begin send. So basically this starts a So broadcast is basically the exact same process. However, you have a list of client initially. So a list of everybody who wants to have your package. They all bought off your offer in Amazon, and then you create a box for every single one of them. And I should stop the analogy. Alright, I'm sorry. It's a list that goes through all the client, and then it sends the message to them. So this goes here. Now I put in commentary two things here. Those two things are basically because our manufacturer isn't open, and we're about to go do just that after writing down the client. Okay, let's make sure everything works, everything compiles. It seemed like it does. Couple of warning here, that's totally normal. That's because we're not using all the fields and whatnot. Okay, so next up, I'm gonna be opening up both the client and then the server, and we will do pretty much the same process, but we'll do it.
I'm missing something here.
I create a new behavior class message because I want to have the followings. I want to have all of them. They're all going to be taking the box. At that point, if you guys remember, had to read the first byte. So this information, it doesn't contain about unpacking the box. Enough of a peek to the future. We're gonna finish up this. That was a really big episode, guys. I'm actually quite sorry. And everything does. Now we can go inside of the game UI And under the game UI, we're going to be booting the server and also the client from different places. But of course, we'll need a reference to that before we go ahead and do anything. So at the very top of our game UI, I keep baiting you into more code. I'm very sorry for that. We're about to wrap up the episode, I promise. Server and client, both of them. So we'll need a reference to that. Let's make sure we assign it right now so we don't forget. We don't have them running the scene right now, but I'll just add them on top of my canvas. That's going to be my sort of game manager is going to be the canvas in this case. Server, client, which doesn't require any field, which is quite cool. Because you could port that over to somebody else if you, not somebody else, but you could port that over to a console if you wish. Let's drag and drop our server in here.
Okay, so
here, drag and drop our client in here.
Get ready.
yeah, bro.
Ahsoka, now streaming on Disney Plus.
Stop giving me
Go back
ads.
to our coding board, and just to test this out today, I believe we're going to be filling in the online host button. So when we start hosting, we're going to do the following: server initialize, on port, let's do this one. Is probably not used, so 8007. Change that. You don't need to keep it this way. Yeah. And when we host, we're also going to connect to ourselves. So here is the loop back address. It's the same for everybody, so make sure you input that. And we connect to the same port. On my previous version, I just connect to 8005. You can connect to anything that basically isn't used. Okay? So that would be when we host.
Wait, is it 2, comma? Yeah, comma.
I would also like to have something when we connect. So on online connect, let's do client.initialize, and then we send in the address input.text and also the port, which would be
And dot initialize.
the 8007 in this case. What is the address input? You might say it's something we don't have, so we have to go at the very top once more and create a new serialized field for that text mesh.
don't see it. Oh, there it is. I should have just wrote it in the first place.
Pro input field. So TMP Pro, address input. And with that, we can we're gonna go ahead and plug that in a little bit later on. We already have the field. Let's see, do we need anything else? Yes, we do actually. Let's make sure we do it properly for the whole thing. So when I start a local game, I'm going to initialize a server and I'm going to connect to myself.
Okay.
Okay, so initialize server on port 8007, connect to myself through the loopback address. That's going to be on local game. We're going to come back and make sure we set some field here that says, hey, we're both player at the same time. But at the moment, we don't have that. On online game button just sends us to the menu. We don't do anything here, that's totally fine. On online host button, yes, we start a server, we connect to ourselves, and we're put inside of a waiting state that is inside of the host menu. When we click connect, then we of course try to connect to somebody else. At this point, we don't have a server running, so we're just trying to connect to an external source, which is good. On online back button, we just go back to the menu, so that's totally fine. And finally, on host back button, here is where we would need to shut down the server. So server shut down. But since when we host, we're also a player, we're also going to be calling the client.shutdown. And I think we've got everything that we need. Yeah, okay, let's give this a try. So to give this a proper try, see if everything works fine, we're gonna go ahead, go under build settings. I'm gonna be adding this scene to the build. Make sure that I also don't have a full screen window. I'm gonna be just trying this out in a windowed mode. This resolution, sure, it's gonna work well. One thing I forgot to do is I forgot to actually assign my IP address input. So when I was trying to connect, I did not have that. So make sure you go ahead and you go under your canvas and drag and drop your IP address input. So this thing here. So when we try to connect, something happens. Also, something else that I realized is that we don't have any input, we don't have any way to know that somebody has connected just for the sole purpose that we didn't really do anything here. This is what should happen when we connect. It should send a message, a welcome message. For testing purpose, I'm going to input a debug.log at the moment that just says we're connected. Yay! And this is only going to be called on the client side. And as I was testing this out, as I was wrapping up the episode, finally, I realized we forgot to do one last thing, and that's to send the keep alive message, because as I was testing out, everything worked fine until we got disconnected through a timeout, and that's because we didn't send a keep alive message. So going back inside of our server.cs, we have the keep alive.
Oh, okay. We just didn't get back to this yet.
Inside of the update function, and it's right here. The keep alive message is something quite simple. I'll go ahead and I'll copy it right now, but it's something we could definitely write by hand. What we do is we package a new box, and inside of that box we input the keep alive message. Here it is in my copy paste. I'm gonna input it down here.
Okay. Time.time. Minus last keep log. Then we have last keep alive. And then broadcast. And keep alive.
So every 20-second, this is what it means. Every 20-second, we first reset the 20-second timer and we broadcast a new message. So we send a new
Does
message
this work
to
now?
every client, and that new message is a new keep
wait.
alive message.
No, it doesn't
Don't
work,
need to
so-
fill in information in that because we don't have any information to put instead of a keep alive. It's just a empty object with the type of keep alive. Very important we have that. With that being said, we are wrapping up this episode with a nice build. So Control B to build all of that, and we're gonna do our final test. Do note that the only way to know if it worked or not at the moment is to run the host on a build and also wait until the client side tells us in the debug.log that we're connected. Have a look. When we are connected successfully with the client, we're going to receive the "we're connected" message from the update message one. That's the only way we can tell if we succeed at the moment, and the second success criteria would be to wait for 30 seconds for the timeout to happen, and if we don't receive any error after 30 seconds, it would mean that, hey, at least we received a keep alive message. So let's give this a try. I'm starting to run out of voice, so it's about time we run out. About time we're done with the episode. Right here on the right hand side is going to be my host. Left hand side, connection to myself, so 127.
Okay, so I guess I'll try and build it. So I can see if I can connect to myself.
.7001 connect. We are connected, finally. And I'm gonna wrap up this episode right now. I'm very sorry for the time it took, but this is very crucial stuff. I do know that I went on tangent. Let me know if it actually helped you out or not. And yeah, appreciate all the support you give me through likes, through sharing, through all of that. And of course, I will be seeing you in the next episode, in which we're gonna do things that is much simpler. Now we've done the base, and we're gonna be rehearsing that base continuously as we go. One last thing, we're not receiving any problem, so we're not timing out. Very good. That's it. Okay, before I run out of voice, I'll see you guys in the next episode. Cheers.
Well, we can go to the next one now. I think after we do this, though, I'll take a little bit of a break, and we will do some writing then after. Let me actually pop that down for a sec. I don't know if he's gonna go over this connection internal ID thing. What? Don't know what's up with that one. Don't recall if we uncommented that out. But I guess we'll find out when we are doing the rest of the stuff, I suppose. Running back end. Suspicious file. I think my antivirus just deleted my build. I just got a lot of shaders not supported. I don't know what that means. Now I know what happened. I accidentally made it a dedicated server somehow. But my mistake. You do not need to make a dedicated server. Oh, my YouTuber froze now. I'm doing that. Okay, so I got to load. Where's my game? I don't think I have a normal game runner here. Do I? Sure. There it is. Okay, so this is the actual game and all of its glory. So we can go over here, click host, allow. Okay, And then we can go over to our Unity. Post. Okay, it's attempting to connect, but it can't right now because we didn't type in the correct stuff. Let's see. Leak detected. Hmm. Feel like that's not how it's supposed to go. Feel like it's not supposed to go like that. It's kind of neat to see something I made though have an actual build. Oh wait. Wait. I realized what I did. I'm being dumb. We want to type it in here and go to connect. Huh. Did I do that wrong? Right? I don't know if I have to write that in the input field also. Oh, okay, that worked. That worked that time. I think I just had to write I didn't write the IP address in my host connection for over here was the problem. That's my bad. But it's nice to see it actually function. It actually connected. Okay, so go back. I don't have an actual exit button for this, and you can still play the game when it's like this, which you shouldn't be able to do. The other person, you could technically do it on the other person's thing, but their camera isn't looking at the board when it is like this. Well, I guess it technically is, but beside the point. I can get out of that for now. It's still neat to look at the build, though. Still need to look at. Do I still have this on? Yeah, we can turn that back off. So yeah, I need to make a new camera angle that is just this. But I can worry about that later. I guess I can also add in a button. Where is it? UI. Oh. Figure that's easier. How did I do the spacing? Heights, visits. I don't remember. Here, let me just make a, what is it? UI script. Always likes to do that. What was the code for it? I've done it in a second. Do you call it? It was application quit. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now, when we hit the exit button, it'll exit at least for the build. Let me just build it really quick. Okay, so go. So, like that, places. Nothing much to really show, but just wanted to make sure it worked. Don't remember how I spaced these. I think it was that, wasn't it? Why is that one different now? Okay, you change that stuff. Changes it. Okay. I think they're evenly apart. I don't know. The L and O look like they're further apart than the E and O. But I'm not sure. Maybe it's because the box isn't as big. Their box bigger. Are any of these values changed? Is this the... Okay. There we go. Yeah, that looks better now. That looks a lot more even. Okay. Dude's probably gonna do it when he does like cleanup stuff anyways. Something like that. Maybe he won't, I don't know. But just wanted it to look a little bit nicer. Have the exit button there when we do the build test. Either way, I'm gonna take a short little break here. We're gonna get back into some rating for our Microsoft Word stuff over here. Pops up, there you go. Gonna do some more stuff over there. Actually, why is it off-centered so much? Like that last time? Like that last time? I don't know. I'll do this. How about I do this? Oh. I really need the other thing. It's not a big deal. Move it over a teeny bit. I just wanted to show it. Because I don't mind how much you can read it. Since it's a story I probably wouldn't be able to land it or read on Twitch anyway. But it helps me do progress. Anyway. Man, I did that for like 3 hours. It was an hour video. Definitely a lot of stuff. But yeah, we'll be right back. Alright. So, wrong one again. Oh, no, that one. This one. I know I'll click it eventually. Click the correct one eventually. So I got like 2-hour-long videos left. And then the rest of the stuff is hosting your Unity multiplayer games, local LAN, external IP, and then the last one is make a dedicated server for your Unity game. I don't know if either of those will matter for me. I just more or less want the stuff to run in general. I should be able to test with a friend, though, I would hope, at the end of these 2, like, hour-long videos. Question is, do I want to just do this first before I start writing? Or not? Knowing how I am, I should probably do this first. So we're gonna go into writing mode for a little bit. Try and get some word count here. Stretch the fingers, drink some water. We're gonna be quiet for a little while. Music's gonna be turned up a little bit more. All that good stuff. And we're gonna focus on this. You'll see the little VTuber mashing on the keyboard. So let's get to it.
Welcome to Glimmer!
Thanks for the follow. Oh, okay. We're almost to 8,000. Almost to 8,000. Like, just about there. Just about there. So, instead of that, I think it's time to code even more. The fun and exciting world of coding. Yeah, that's funny. He uses Cinemachine for the camera angles. I just don't like Cinemachine. Kind of sucks. I don't like it. But, we need to do the net welcome. We need to do the net start game. I don't know if he's going to cover everything else right now, or if it's going to be for the last one. Oh, yeah. The moves and rematch is the last section. I think he made that last section because the moves and rematch one, I'm pretty sure he's going to have a moves log, so you can see, like, you moved piece from 1D to 2D, or whatever, on a chessboard. Bad
Alright,
example,
guys,
but,
our goal
you know.
will be to make sure a game starts. So it's a very simple.
Let me turn this
thing
down
we're gonna do
again.
today. We're gonna do 2 messages, I believe. One for welcoming a guest that joins your game, and also one for starting a game. So what I'm thinking here is that as a player that connects, I'm gonna send a welcome message to the server, and that server will reply with the same message, but he will reply it to a certain client, just one client. And that client will receive a team ID, so he will know if he's team 0 or team 1 in that case. So we're gonna start right away by creating this new message, and this is how we create all message from now on. So creating a new net welcome in this case.
Okay, so we're just making the net welcome now. That makes sense. Go back into our net folder. Let me actually just... Not much to see over here, but just to show creating it. Net welcome. We made it. We're gonna pop it up on our other screen. Okay, net welcome's up here. You know, I can show my upper bar for this. Show which coding I'm actually on at the top there. Okay, so we're on net welcome now. I'm guessing we're just going to be using the keep alive stuff. Maybe we'll be using something else, but for right now, that'll be fine. I'm guessing we're using net message still, just like for keep alive.
I don't want you to confuse this with start game. It's going to be a bit different. Think it as this as some sort of we're joining a lobby, and then when the lobby is full, we launch immediately. So in that net welcome message, I will go ahead, open up Visual Studio, and we will make sure we inherit from net message. So every time we inherit from net message, we have to do a couple of things. So we have to create two constructor, as you guys remember. Here they are. So those are our two constructor. We've
So we're gonna just copy from here still? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, and just change this to welcome instead. Okay, net welcome, blah blah
first start
blah.
by
Yeah, that's all
creating
correct.
a net welcome message. When we do a typical new net welcome, this is what will happen. The operation code is welcome. If you guys don't remember, we've made the list inside of our net utility. We had the keep alive, the welcome, start game, and these other message we still haven't made yet. This is there. Data stream reader, we will need to include the Unity networking transport for that to happen.
I'm not sure why
So
the
quick recap,
collections
this
is for
when
the
you
data
actually
streamer
send
reader
the
now
message,
instead.
and this is when you
Weird.
receive it. Why? Because here it's a brand new message that we create. Then you're gonna fill in the information on the spot if you need it. And then here is when you receive the box and you still don't know what is inside of it. So you have to use stream reader to deserialize the thing, which means that we're gonna need a specific deserialize. Last time we've done something with the net keep alive, we actually didn't deserialize anything and we just serialized the code. Why? Because we didn't have any information, but this time around, the net welcome will carry on information. That information is going to be a simple int. Oh. And that int will be for the assign team.
That makes sense, because we have to decide what player gets what team, if you're white or black, the chessboard. And this would work for even if you had different colors for white and black. Did I spell that wrong? Team. Wait, is it set or get? I don't know why I always confuse this. Every time. Get. Okay.
Now make that a property. That's why I put a capital letter in there. So with that in mind, we've done the first out of 3 parts of creating a new message. So we define the constructor and also the data that's going to be inside of that message. The second part will be to override, deserialize, and also deserialize. And we do it this way. So public over.
Is there a way I can get rid of the references thing? I don't want the references thing to be there. It's always there. I don't like it being there. But we're doing the public override thing again, just like we did with keep alive. We're doing serialize and deserialize, so we can just copy, paste, and change what we need to change. Like the guy is saying in the video, we're actually assigning some sort of information. So in our writer, wants to write int, right? Right. Int. And we're doing the assigned team. The assigned team will either be 0 or 1. Assigned team reader. Dots read int. Okay.
Write serialize with a reference to the box we're writing in. We write in the code, so that's our operation code. And then right after that, we write the int. So do notice that you really have to notice here that the function name has changed to write int instead of write byte. And this is so very important for you guys to understand. If you put a int in the box, it has to be write int. If you put a boolean, it has to be a boolean. And if you put a fixed
Why'd Photoshop pop open? And open Photoshop.
String,
Playing the video.
it has to be a string with a certain fixed amount of character, you could say. Now, why is that? Because when you receive this box and you want to read it, you have to read it in the same order as it was packaged, else you are going to run into some data corruption issues. What do I mean by that? Well, when you actually read it, you first have to do read byte, and then you have to do read int. If you guys remember here, we already read the byte in the on data net utility on data. So our byte is already read for all the message we do, and then here we just read the rest in the same order as it was written. So assign team, read int. Not read byte, not read string, just a read int. Okay. That's our second part done, and then the third part has to be with receive on client and receive on server.
Okay, same
So
one
when
as
we
before.
receive this on the server, on the client, I am going to call this function. Of course, as always, we put the question mark in case nobody's listening. We don't want to invoke this, but if one person at least or one script is listening, we invoke this function. If we receive it on the server, same thing, but this time around we send who it is from.
Okay, these ones are the same.
There we go. Okay, so we got that out of the way. That is our net welcome message.
Cool.
Now this net welcome message will be sent from the client initially, so it will be sent as a empty message. Here, assign team, we're gonna leave it on 0. The server does not need to know what is your assigned team. The purpose of that, the reason why the server does not need to know who is your assigned team, is because you're the client and you don't technically know that information, and we're not gonna allow any input from you. So as the server, I will assign you a team, and the client will have no say in that, basically. So going on inside of my client right now, what I'm going to do is go over to when I connect. So when I connect to the server as a client,
Okay, I'm gonna go over to client. It's the client section. Gonna uncomment that out.
I'm going to send a new message, a new net welcome. And as I've mentioned earlier, we don't have to do something of the sort. So here's what we would do if we wanted to send information to the server. We would do something like that. So a new net welcome, then s.assign team is equal to 5, and then we would send this message. Not what I'm looking to do here. I actually don't care about the value of the net welcome. So here we go. Alright, so at this point the message is still not being, well, it is being sent, but it is not actually being recognized properly, and that's because we're missing one last step with the message, and that would have to be with the net utility. Let's go back in the Unity.
Yeah, so we need to also make that pop back up again. So the code can actually be
the
called.
utility, I'm sorry. And actually uncomment the operation code welcome. So earlier, without this, basically, what would happen is that yes, the message would be sent, yes, the proper information was inside of it, but if it didn't go through this switch statement, we would not know how to interpret that message. We would just be reading a bunch of byte array and just, yes, we would have the operation code, but we would not understand how to decode it. When it goes through this, it actually knows to decode it in this very specific pattern, right? So we send in the net welcome with the stream. This one calls deserialize. With this deserialize, we know the order in which those fields are being set. Okay. I know I'm taking a lot of time to explain, but this is information that is crucial to the understanding of the whole system. Okay. So
Don't
now,
worry,
at
teacher.
that point,
I
we
have
can
a
finally
teacher.
say that the message is being sent. And here is where we have to listen for it. So the message is being sent only to the server, not to the other client. So the server has to be listening for this. And thanks to the whole system we've made over here with the net utility taking care of firing events. So when we receive a message, basically we fire an event, so receive on server. thanks to that whole system, we don't have to be writing the code inside of server.cs. Actually, I think we're actually done with server.cs for pretty much the whole tutorial, I believe. So I'm just gonna collapse it. And what happens at this point is that we can just listen to certain events in...
He never commented out. Well, he never deleted this comment. He just put it here. He never got rid of it. So I guess maybe that'll be used later. He's saying that we don't need to use it anymore. Maybe he forgot about it.
any script that
It
you
is
wish,
just a
because
debug
this is,
log,
of course, a singleton. So here's what we'll do. We'll go inside of our famous checkboard. Oh, sorry, chessboard, not checkboard. Our chessboard.cs, our biggest script from the last tutorial, the last two tutorial actually. And we're gonna go to the awake statement, and we're gonna start listening for certain events. Something that I like to do, an actual pattern I like to do here, just to make sure it's not too cumbersome over here, is to write a function called register events, just like we've done earlier. And this register event, I'm taking it all.
Although what, for
the way
operations?
to the bottom of the script, so right here, and I actually make a region for it. That's how I split my code, of course. It's a personal preference, and you can...
Oh, not what I meant to do. What are we doing?
split it the way you wish, but that's how I do it. This one can also be private because the only person who needs to call this is ourselves, the checkboard on awake. And finally, unregistered events is also, they come in a group together basically. So you register the events, and if you shut down this object, if you destroy it, I don't want to have any events being taken care of on a dead object, an object that doesn't have any reference anymore. So it's very important we also make sure to get rid of those events if we get rid of the object. Okay, so is that being called in the awake? Yes, it is. We can now start registering events. Those events are going to be the message event that I've discussed earlier. So here we have to listen for the welcome message. So here's what we do. Net utility. We have to listen as a server because we're sending the information from the client. So we have to listen as a server over here. And we're not listening for keep live. We don't really care about that. That's being taken care of on the server. We have to listen for the welcome message. And when that message comes, we call a function called onWelcomeServer, for example. This could be it. I'm going to generate this method just right here, and I'm gonna move it down this way. So here's what I planned on doing. At the top, register events, unregister events, and then all the message being parsed by the server would...
Hang on. You're going too fast. Wait, what is it? Have to add that to using. Guess you don't need that for that one. Weird.
Be here, and I'm also gonna have a section for messages being parsed by the client. All right. So this is what we get every time we parse a message from the server. We get a net message argument, that would be our message, and we also get the network connection it is from, so CNN could do the job. Well, our goal over here will be to actually assign a team to that message and send it back to the client. So client has connected, assign a team, and return the message back to him.
As connected, assign a team and return back to him. Okay.
We have everything we need to do that right here. So the first thing I'll do is I'll actually change the type of my message. We didn't have to do that for the keep alive because we were not writing any value in it. But this time around, we are writing value in it. We're actually writing the int, the only int in there. So second step will be to assign a team. And here, I still don't know what it's going to be, so I'm just going to input -1 for the moment. We're going to come back to that very, very fast. Actually, do we have values for player count? No, we don't, so we're going to make sure to come back to that in a second. And finally, we'll need to return that back to the client. How do we do that? By calling the server instance, send to client, and as mentioned earlier, we have everything we need. We have the connection, and we have the message. In this case, don't send in message. We have to send in the new message we've made, so the net welcome message. Why? Because it's the one that has the information inside of it, so the assigned team information. Okay, here we're missing that one part. That one part is basically what is going to be our team. And to make sure I know what the team is, I'm going to keep track of it at the very top of the script. So here in our logic, I'll do a private int for player count. Now, since I'm here, I'm also going to do something else. So this value would be only for the server to care about that, right? So if we are the client and we join second, this int would be 2, you could say. But what I care about here is 2 values. What is my current team, and also how many player is there? So that.
Yeah, I'll add it under my other ints. Keep sneezing.
That value is going to be useful for the server, and this one will be useful for both the server and the client. So I'll keep that here. And I'm also going to add a small comment over here just to help me understand that those values are for the multiplayer logic. Okay, going back down over here, we start at -1, right? So here at the player count, we start at -1. This is also a way to tell us that, hey, nobody has joined yet. When
that was just placeholder. Okay, yeah, that looks more correct.
somebody joins, I am going to say ++ player count. Why do I do it this way? Well, because I want to increment the player count, but before the team is assigned, I want to increment that value. So the first time this is ran, knowing that player count is -1, it's going to do ++ first before assigning that value. So the first assigned team is going to be 0, or the white team in this case. That's good because as a host, we start a game, we start a server, but as a host, we also start a client. So immediately after starting the server, a client will connect, so ourselves will connect. We will send a welcome message to the same computer because the same computer is running the server, and that one will assign the 0 team to the player, to us, and we'll send it back to the client. Okay. Alright, so we have this right here. This message or this function is only parsed on the server side. But what happens for the client? Well,
I have no idea.
the same exact thing actually, and we do it in the same exact script.
Oh,
So the same flow applies, and however it goes through in other events. So it looks a little bit like this. We're gonna do it in the same exact script. So that's the cool part about this. Notice the difference? Here we receive it on the client, and here we receive it on the server. And I'm gonna call the function the exact same, but change of course. So
okay.
to client. Generate it, cut, paste it right here, and here we go. Also change the message over here. So at this point, the message we receive should be a net welcome message, and it should have the information. So it's going to be important for us to unpack this box and say, let's just receive the connection message. We're going to do net welcome NW is equal to message as net welcome, and finally assign
I know what it means.
the team. So
Do we not need this at all?
we're going to say current team is going to be equal to net welcome assigned team. And the information isn't there because we just deserialized this thing earlier in the process. Let's take a quick break and actually test this out. So I'm going to
Current team. Fine.
say debug.log, and I'll do boop, boop, boop.
Okay, so we don't even need this part because we don't need to return to anything because we're just getting. Okay.
My assigned team is just send in that information. Okay, to see this message, well, first we're gonna give it a try over here. So we're gonna just boot the game and host the game as well. Oh, I have on maximize and play, I'm sorry about that. So as I click on host, we're connected and my assigned team is 0. Now,
Guess I'll just try it really quick. Chats. Online game. Pop up console over here. Click host. Okay, assigned team is 0. We're connected. Attempting connection to server. Defaults. Okay. That all came up.
now what I'm quickly gonna do is I'm gonna launch a build of this, and I'll host on the build, and I'll try to connect directly from the editor. This way we can see that the client without a server on it would be connecting, and then in the console we should be seeing my assigned team is 1. Or at least that is the expected result. So here,
I guess I can try just in case it doesn't work, right? Try build and run. Like how it like glitches out for a second. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Made with Unity. Okay, so we got that. So right now, we have, oh wait, that was the wrong one. Yeah, this one. We're gonna have this host. Then, over here on our console. Going to connect. Okay, it says we're connected. It says we were assigned team 1 down there, as you can see. So it seems like all that's working correctly. We're connecting to ourselves. And my exit button is still working correctly. Not that I really needed it, but I threw it in there anyway. Why not have a little nice exit button now?
I've launched host.
Next we're gonna do start game.
And my assigned team is 1, and I'm not receiving the other message for my assigned team is 0. Alright, so we've got it. So congratulations, we have a successful message going through the pipeline completely. We create it, we send it, and we receive it back. So it's like a request into the server does something and sends us back information. It's quite a feat, believe it or not. Our next step will be to actually start the game. So what I'm going to do with start game is just going to be another message with no information on the message.
Let me change the song.
And if we reach 2 player, which is maximum for chess, then we're going to broadcast that message over. And you know what? I'll be doing it right here in this event. So when we receive the welcome message, assuming that we now have 2 players, so we can actually find this information right here through the player account. So if we have 2 player, we are going to go ahead and launch the team. So here's what I'll do. If
If we're doing an if
my
statement.
assigned team, or you could say my player account in this case, so if my player account is equal to 1, because we have the player 0 and we have player
Really?
1, so if the player black
all their own
joins,
guns.
basically, let's start the game. If full, start the game. How are we gonna start the game? We're gonna do it by broadcasting a new message. So server, instance, broadcast, and it's gonna be a new net start game. So a brand new message that we have to go ahead and create. You know what? We don't need that. Okay. So let's go back.
So new. This one doesn't. Okay. So now we have to make sure this is opened up. And we'll probably have to make a script
To
now
our drawing
also.
board, let's create a new message.
Yeah. Great. Net start. Game. That, I'm just going to copy everything in our welcome. Then we can just change it as needed. Which I'm guessing we'll have to change a decent amount. Why does this thing do this to me? Now, why is this, oh no, I guess it has it there. Never mind, we're fine. We're fine. Probably. We're probably fine. We're gonna swap these out. I don't know if we're gonna use something else for that, but we don't need that one. Oh, not sure what's doing that, but we can see what actually happens.
Net
only changed some
start
stuff.
game. As I've mentioned earlier, this one is not going to contain any information on inside of it, so it's going to be a quite simple one. What I'll do over here is I'll just grab whatever I have in the net welcome, and we'll do it quite fast. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
it's like what I just did.
copy that, paste it here.
Oh yeah, the net start one is only gonna take like another few minutes.
Remove the field. We don't need that field. Change the operation code for start game. We are not serializing any field because we don't have any. Same thing for deserialize. And we're changing, very important, we change this event for C start game and S start game as well. And just like that, we have a brand new message. We can close this one off and we're already done with it. Oh, and I forgot.
Wait, why did this not work there? Wait. No, I did change it. Dumb? Because this is still here? Oh, it's because that was still there. Yeah, we don't need that.
Our last step when we create a message is to open up the net utility and on comment this one. So
And just double check. That utility is uncommented. Case is opened.
there's a brand new message going through our pipeline. And then what we're going to be doing is opening up the chessboard, because this one is going to be the script listening for those messages. So who actually cares about this one? The server is the one that will be sending it. So the server will be sending a net start game because he's the one that, on the welcome server, he's the one that launched it over here. The information needs to be received on the client side for sure. And actually, it only has to be received on the client side, so the start game message does not need to be sent back. That being said, C start game plus equal on start game client.
Okay.
Usually in my survival multiplayer game, I don't input client or server at the end, but since I'm having events on both sides this time here, I do that, and maybe I'll go and I'll do that forward as well for my multiplayer game. But at the moment,
so what are we using this for?
here's what I'll do. I'll put this function, the onStart game client, I'll put it down here, and we'll need to do something. We'll need to actually launch the game. And now here's a small caveat. The game is already started. It's already running in the background.
Yes, we're doing this.
It always has been. The only difference now is that we don't see it, because the camera is not at the right place. So here, we just need to change the camera, actually. Which brings us to the final part of the
Okay.
this video, in which we are going to be just moving the camera around. A simple task, but a task that is much needed. And most of my logic regarding that will be done inside of the game UI, actually. So let me collapse everything and make some space. And what I'll do here is I'll create a new serialized field of game objects. So game objects.
I'm not sure how much I will use that, but I might use it a little bit. I already have a thing that's controlling my camera right now. I already have a camera UI. You could say I am reusing a camera that I already had made before. I don't have it up right now, so let me actually bring that up first. What did I put it under? Oh, I put it over here. So yeah, my camera is right here. This is the camera. But I think what we'll need to do for the camera is make a starting point, so it starts in like the endless void, so then we move the camera over for like what the guy is trying to do here. And I think that would make more sense too, because we don't want to interact with the board, but we do want to keep it all in one scene to save resources. So I am going to take another quick break though, go to the bathroom quick, refill water and all that stuff. Feel free to do so as well, and I will be right back. Alright, we are on the wrong scene. There we go. Talk about the scenes in my project and doing the wrong scenes over here. Turn this down a little bit more so we can hear our teacher, our Shisho, our OG-san. Person's probably younger than me. Always weird to think about.
Array, and call them camera angles. Now, some of you might.
Oh yeah. When I originally made my battle camera, I could have just made an array for camera angles, couldn't I? So I can probably just make battle camera better. I'm gonna try and make battle camera better by using this guy's stuff, but this guy's stuff is not using a different script like I am. So if someone is going off of me, type in chess multiplayer in your YouTube search bar, and then type in synchronized start, and you'll probably find it from 2001 Unity tutorial. Let's see. So we got a serialized field. That would be a lot smarter. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Know what I'm about to do with this because it's a game object array and not a transform array. I'm actually about to install the Cinemachine, actually. Make this quite simple with Cinemachine. Before I do so, I'll actually put a name to all the camera angles we're gonna have. So I'll do a public enum for all the camera angles.
Oh, wait. Should I make it a transform array instead then, since what I'm doing and not using the cinema thing? That might be better.
Just to help us keep track of them. One of them is going to be for the menu, one of them is going to be for the white theme, and the other one will be for the black theme, like this. Oh.
So what? Then when I do this... Not sure if this will work, but might as well test it out so I can use it in the future. I'll probably change the names if I actually change this more.
Right, we'll put that on hold for the moment, and we will go ahead and install Cinemachine, which should be very, very fast. So opening up the package manager, sometime it opens, sometime it doesn't. There it is. I'll be installing from Cinemachine, which will help us. And this one will need to point toward, so minus 90 degrees. And to make sure I change those value, so we have some nice round numbers. It's something I actually like doing quite a lot.
Now need Cinemachine.
Down and then paste my, yeah. Okay. Our final piece of work with this will have to do with, well, first, here's what we'll do. We'll make sure the menu one has priority. So I'll put that on, say, 15, and the rest are on 10. Our final piece of work, I was going to say, is with the code. We have to make this work in the code as well. This will only require a very simple function that will create roughly around here. This is for the cameras. And it's going to be a function called change camera. What we do is we go through all the camera in the array and then we set them to false. We then only enable the one that we need. And this is being defined by the camera angle index. With these new line of code, we're now going to go back on the chessboard in our start.
So would I just do this? Would it be the same thing, right? At the end of the day, it'd be the same thing, wouldn't it? So I don't really need to do it at all, right? It wouldn't really make the code smaller. It would just kind of make it exactly the same thing. Wouldn't it? I don't know. Would it make it exactly the same thing? How does the main camera look when we do this? So, right now, our battle camera script itself has all the camera angles. And we have a whole bunch of different transformations on them. We'd use this if the angles were all like constant or something, but it wouldn't really work for the way I have it set up, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can make it better than I already have it. It's like I already did all the work for the other stuff, so it kind of defeats the purpose now. But I think it would work better if I was using the Cinemachine thing, but I'm not using it. It's fine. Yeah, I guess I can just rename these now. Let's see. File camera, T. Player. So which one is the player right now? Right now, this is the white team. Okay. So we want to change that. Okay. Okay. Oh, I just made the public, so. Camera start. Okay. So, actually, I don't think I would even need to do anything else. Huh. I don't think I would need to do anything else. Oh. Oh no, I didn't just do this. Start camera. Start camera. I also wrote them all incorrectly. I didn't really realize that. So I'm just gonna fix that now. They should all be lowercase ones, not uppercase. Not a big deal. Good, not good. I wish they had like a autocorrect. I mean, I guess I can do, where is it? I guess I can do this. Why is it? Fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was a lot faster. This is just to clean it up a bit. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. I might have to make a bool also to make sure it knows when it's on and off. Though I think that'll be pretty easy. Because essentially all of these camera angles we can use while we're inside of the game. These start cameras, we only want to use it once, essentially. We only want to use it on the start screen. But we want to be able to go back to it also. You just want it on money, right? I just put this on awake though, right? That might be better. I'm not sure. Okay, so many equals true. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. I have to think about how if statements are written again after all this coding I've done. If the physics are like that, else. Would I use an else here? Or would I use a toggle? If only I was better at coding. I'll listen to what this
game
guy's doing
message
still.
right here, and we're just gonna tell our game UI to change the camera angle depending on what is our theme. So do note that we have the theme. We know what the theme is because earlier we set it directly here in current theme. So we're gonna do instance change camera, and depending on our current theme, so if current theme is equal to 0, then we go to white, and if it's not, then we're gonna go to black. So let's wrap this up this way, okay, in a ternary operator. This is for white theme, else it's gonna be for the black theme.
Okay, yeah, that might be important to do. But I want them both to be able to move the camera around anyway. Really, you can't just. Okay. I'll actually change this too. Hmm.
With this new line of code, we're now
Might be better to do it that way, though. Hmm.
gonna go back on the chessboard in our start game message right here, and we're just gonna tell our game UI to change the camera angle depending on what is our team. So do know that.
Well, to get around this, I could have them start in the middle parts. We got white team, black team. Yeah, I should probably change the character focus. Oh. Okay, so right, I have to change that. Up. Okay. Save that so I can compile. Give me that meaty code. I just need something I'll meet. Yeah. Okay. We have a top angle. We got white. We got black. Then we have right, left. Then we have the camera itself. And we have the starting at points. Okay. So hypothetically, I have all the camera angles actually defined and they all have turning points. So I could make a list that just goes to each of those. So I could do what other guy is doing it. And that might be easier. Let me actually just look back here, see how he's doing it
Game
exactly.
objects. So game objects, app, chessboard, arch, camera. I'm going to copy this before I exit 4, I believe. Yeah.
He has 3 angles.
All right. So this
Menu,
is
white team, black team.
our final. This is for the cameras, and it's going to be a function called change camera. What we do is we go through all the camera in the array, and then we set them to false. We then only enable the one that we need, and this is being defined by the camera angle index. With this new line of code, we're now going to go back on the chessboard in our start game message right here.
How would I use an array? Do that. Instead of an integer, I would be able to just say, if you click it, go to this array, right? Instead of having the moved amount like I have here. In my own code. My own dojo. Instead of camera moved amount, I could just say what? Actually, I don't know if that would work. I would still need something to determine how you're rifling through the camera. I could use a 4 for that still then, right? I'm still too new good at coding. The logic is hard for me. I know this works, but I feel like it doesn't work very efficiently, right? White team, right, black, left. Player focus. Up. Up. So we want Move camera menu. So I actually wouldn't need this. I would just call this one instead. And when you start, you're on the menu. Yeet. Always gotta have a lot of stuff going on when I'm doing things. So let's think what we have to do here. We want, when we start the game client, we want to change the camera to our battle camera. So what we really want to do is if it's on false, we want to be able to press Q to change the camera angle. And we don't want to have access to that. How would I write that? Honestly, let me just test it before I do anything. What happens when we start like this? Did it just move to white theme right away? Yes, it does. Actually, we'll have it. It's at the white team, then you can go over to the black team. Then you can go over to the right, you can go top, then you can go to the left. And then it'll reset back. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when we get to 6, resets back to 0. So that means when we first start, it will not automatically go to that. Then we can start our local game, except we have this problem now where it doesn't go to the starting point either. We have to do it ourselves. That being said, it actually works pretty well. Okay, I understand. I understand. Well. Never reset to 1. I think I have an idea of how I can do this. So we start on the menu and go into the game. Now we cannot go back to the menu. But we get all those nice camera angles. Ideally, we get all those nice camera angles. Not sure if they're actually nice. Might actually change that up later, but for right now, it's what I'm using. I feel like it has the most positioning that I would want. I don't know if Cinemachine's actually better or not. I might change to that later, though. So with that, we now have 0 undefined. So that means when we start, the camera is 0. That be able to work. I would need an update though, wouldn't I? A different thing. And we have oops. If I put this in here, if it's on, if you're not on the menu, then you can move to all of the positions. But if you are on the menu, so if you press escape, then that means you're on the menu. That means your camera is at 0, etc. Could I do it like that? Or I just want to use the numbers. I would need something else. Like if you hit escape and game is active. Do I have anything like that for bulls? I don't know what I'm calling this board active. I feel like I should call that here.
We then only enable the one that we need, and this is being defined by the camera angle index. With these new line of code, we're now going to go back on the chessboard in our start game message right here, and we're just going to tell our game UI to change the camera angle depending.
Let's do that. So, if the game is active and you press escape, then the menu is set back to true, and you move the camera back to 0. But if the Wait, reverse that. Wait, no. That would be right. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So if the game is active, you can do all the camera angles. And if it's active and you hit escape, well, I don't need that there. Well. We can just do that instead. Oh. If I hit escape and we're not on the menu, then it brings up the menu is set to true, and the camera is set to 0. So I need to phrase that correctly, right? So it would be If the game is set to active and the menu is set to false, then we can change our camera angles. Yeah, so then I wouldn't need that one. Again. Because then this one sets it to true, so then we can't do the different camera angles. And then over here, when we start the, on the chessboard, when we start the game client, we then have the as game active, sets it back equal to true. I'm not sure if that would work, but let's see what happens with a quick test run. Assign to 0. Okay, now it is not letting me set camera angle. Oh, I don't know why I did that right away. Are you doing that, or is it only doing it for online? Let me try that really quick. Build and run.
On what is our team. So do know that we have the team. We know what the team is because earlier we set it directly here in current team. So we're going to do instance change camera, and depending on our current team, so if current team is equal to 0, then we
That didn't set the game to active. Okay. I didn't make it public. I guess I could make it a serialized view. Maybe I can't. Maybe it needs to be public to do that. Okay, not sure if this will work. Oh, I didn't even show all that, but a lot of true and false stuff. Fools. Too cool for bull. Okay, well that kind of worked.
Go to white, and if it's not, then we're gonna go to black. So let's wrap this up this way in a ternary operator.
Okay. So then we launch Battle Gun. Instant. And we can just get the camera moving now.
This is for white team, else it's gonna be for the black team.
So if the camera moved a nudge, yes. Probably should have lowercase that also. So we would want the number to equal to 1 or 2. I'd be able to write. Does not work like that. Okay. Figured it can be used like a method. So instead I would have to do overload. They don't have an overload. Or just because of how I wrote it. Why? Hold on. Where's the stuff? Sorry, I just use an end instead. Maybe it would be able to index them. I don't know. Can I do it like this? That is the wrong place. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay. I think that might work. Maybe. Actually, if I turn that one off, so it's false. I just make the camera move to that, right? Well, no, it's probably better to do it this way. Yeah, maybe I can do it that way. I think I did it again. Well, let me just show. So, on the game UI, I've changed these 3 lines. If you hit the local button, it sets the game to true. The battle camera goes for the menu as false now, because you're in the game.
And the battle camera moves to camera position 1, because you're no longer on the menu. So. So let's see. We want to, like, come back to the game UI menu. Forget, did I define which ones were which? Anywhere in here? Guess I technically didn't really need to. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Blah. So we need to bring back up the menu. Actually, look, where's game menu? So the game menu is you playing the actual game. Right? Yeah, so we want to go over to the game menu. When we're doing that, so we just want to go back to the start menu when we hit escape. Okay. Well, we'll do that in a second. I will be right back. Okay, so we need to go back to the start menu. That's what we need to do. So we could just call the animator, or we could just use the game UI to define that. Or we could just call it in here. We just use the back button, couldn't we? Yeah, we could just use the back button.
What up? It's your boy Rajin. Fusion, what up? Let's go. Squad, why'd you even show up, man?
I don't know if that'd mess a bunch of stuff up, but
And it's Cypher we trust. Showing up to the garden like God, huh?
let's see.
To the prodigal son. Squall coming at me like he wanna squabble. I will leave your whole legacy in squalor and poverty. Honor me, the mountain
So just again, before I do anything, this is what we did.
genius, head honcho flow. I could pull the strings and go body in. Soldiers, one wrong move and I body 'em. Fusion and I, the lieutenants of Cypher. Twin flame vibes, a fusion of fire. There is nothing we won't do for Cypher. Squall just a loser whose illusion inspired. I ain't got no piety to offer. The committee operates in honor, you know? And if I see anything less than excelling, that's compelling me to get to expelling, you know?
Well, nothing sets it back to it, though.
Now, time to win. You made a mistake letting Cypher Squad in. We're the messengers, here to mess you up. Rule the garden, you won't get the best of us. You could never defeat the posse. Yours is the only retreat that I see. Honestly, I caution anyone who come at us. We are the winners of the ugliest battles, you know? And so
Unsure.
back to it.
The
Try
issue.
to battle me 3 times, I see through it. Imagine
Oh, I switched to just game. Unsure of issue. It kind of worked.
Time to get serious. Fusion and I unlock the potential Sid sees in us. Matter of fact, the universe needs us. You could eat dust in Cypher we trust.
Yeah, that breaks it in a different way, because it's using the same code again, so it's trying to bind the port again. We don't want it to do that.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Hmm. Yeah, we would need a new button. to use for the local game because we already got the server information, so we don't need to get it again. So we're trying to create something that we don't need to create anymore. So we would need something to say to the game that we have what we need now. Start game, welcome. We need to shut down the server, I'm pretty sure. That's how we'd have to do it. Wait, in the client, how do I get it to... Oh yeah, because we used a singleton. Right. So I would just have to turn off the client and server this way. And then we could restart them using the local connection button and not have to worry about it. And we could do that and we could still use that same code inside of the online functionality because it would do the same thing. You would just shut down the client and server so it would not make you disconnect. Oops. I don't know why this is behind it. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Oh. That looks better. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Why did that happen? The other ones like that? No clue why that happened. Very off their y-axis. Okay, anyway. Don't really know why it's like that. Anyway. So the start menu, you don't have any. The start menu.
Okay. We have the animation. Should be okay. Is that quiet or quit?
Quiet.
Oops. I knew I was gonna do it. I knew I was gonna do
Quit.
it. Different words. Different words. Believe it or not. They're different words. Oopsie. Hmm. Let me see. Online menu. So, from the online menu, Move the game. Gallery. Okay. Okay, okay. I don't think that would make sense, right? Yeah, I could do it like that instead. I should probably do it under it, honestly. Yeah, I think that would make more sense. This is what happens for online menu. In-game menu. It goes away. Actually wrong. Oh yeah, I named that wrong too. I actually have to go into my source files here. Okay. So quit menu. the game UI. Let's just swap places, essentially. Okay, so yeah, when this animation happens, both of those swap. Hmm. I think I need to change that again. Okay. Yeah, so it would be there, and then the quit menu. Also somewhere there. Which is not already there. Okay, that works fine. Okay, so yawn. Can I use it? Wait, did I just literally use it? Well, actually, I can still just do this. That right. Actually show what I'm writing. I'm making a new quit menu. Okay, so I'll just move that over here for organizational reasons. Okay. So this is a little weird to do it this way, isn't it? When we click the quick match button, it shuts down the servers and the client. But when we press the escape key, we get the quit menu pop up. And that resets our camera position. And locks the camera movement. Okay. I'm not sure if I did that all right, but let's test it really quick. Local game. We can move our camera around. I want to also just make sure when we're moving our camera, it doesn't actually stop, right? Looks like it does actually stop, yes. Okay, then we hit escape. It did kind of work, but it's not working the way I want it to. Didn't look like it was resetting the board either. Might have to do something else about that. Either way, it wasn't moving over. The camera's not moving back into the correct position. But nothing should be able to change that.
Do I wander on my own, floating on time's ebb and flow? I don't recall where I have been.
It is changing to 0, but it's not moving to the position.
People seem to wait my lead to guide them through their times of need. I don't recall how this began. Please tell me where I belong.
Oh.
I believe in destiny.
Why will it not move to it correctly, though? That's what I'm curious about.
Even through lost memories, I want to find
The code is bringing up the quit menu, and it is letting us exit the match. We just have to figure out how to actually reset the match. But it looks like we're going to get into that when we go to the rematch area. And we might switch this up later anyway. Then when we see that, just trying to get it set up for the initial part. Okay, I know why. I know why it's up. It's because of the on menu.
People seem to wait my lead to guide them through their time.
Since it's being set to false, that means it's not making it input that. Okay, so I could do this instead then. So if you're in the game, then you can click that. And then it should make that actually run. I think that's correct. Let's just test again. Just to show. I just moved the if statement out of the big if statement. Boom, 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 boom. And then it's not doing it. I think I'll have to do this instead. Yeah, let's try it. So again, all I did is move that up to a different if statement to see if it works if I write it like my other ones. Okay, that worked how I actually wanted it to. Yeah, there we go. That is actually how I wanted it to go. Okay. Desired effect accomplished. I wonder why it doesn't work in the other one. Is it just because of how the information is sent? Like, the move camera is the only thing that changed position. I think it's because of how I wrote the wait for camera. But I'm not sure. Maybe it's just because of how the code's routine is. Oh. Let's just double check chessboard again. So, when you start the game client, it sets the is game active to true. The battle camera, this menu is turned to false. And if your current team is the white team, it'll set the camera angle to that automatically. If the current team is the black team, it'll be set to the black team's camera angle. At least how we want it to go.
that we need.
I'm gonna let the video keep playing now for a
This is
second
being
and look at what
defined by the camera
he's
angle
got going
index.
on.
Okay, so starting the game over here, whomever is the host will be team ID 0. So let's say this one is going to be the host. He's waiting for connection. We're going to be connecting to him through localhost, and this guy should be headed to the black side. Here you go, and this one should be on the white side.
Okay. I just want to see how they show their example. And I think I'm going to do a quick build and see if we can test that with ourselves really quick to see if we get the camera angles to start on the sides we want to in this way, in my jank way with my own code. Okay, so we're gonna have one be the host. We're just gonna make their Unity screen here the client. Okay, so one connect. That didn't work. How was it counting? Huh, it just made it count more. Interesting. Why did it make it count up? It's making it think that several players are connected. There should only be 2 players. Let me just check on the connect. Hmm. So on default, you're set to, the menu is set to true. So the menu is set to true. Okay. So we set the menu to false here. So as long as it's set to false, it should be able to switch the camera angle then. I think it's doing what I normally have it do though. Being able to not do it if it's not in the stoof here. It needs to go off the camera moved amount. I don't think I can change that here, right? Can I? Oh, no, I guess I can. Okay. Battle camera. White team. Back to me. Get my game back up. Host. Oh no, hitting all the wrong buttons. Still hitting all the wrong buttons. We'll get there eventually. Eventually. There, no. We ruined it again. There we go. It's good now. It's good now. Okay. We were assigned Team 1, so we went to the black side. The white didn't move, though.
Reflect on your childhood, your sensations, your words, your emotions.
And here it is, so everything seems to work.
But his went to the right one.
This is reality now. No one can help you.
Oh, wait. I realized the problem. I didn't rebuild after I changed what I just did. So the other one was running on the old code. I was trying to make two incompatible versions run against each other. Like a dummy. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, so making test build run the host again. I'm just checking if the host changes their camera. Okay, it did. Let me just actually show that too. So see, we are on the black side now, and they are on the white side. So if I move a piece here, actually, can I move a piece here? Oh wait, yeah, white has to go first. Technically, we can both play.
Oh yeah, we're connected with each other, but we don't have any way to see the moves. Okay. So yeah, we can see that, but we can't see the other stuff. Okay, so let's keep watching.
Except, of course, we have these buttons here in the middle of the screen, which we're going to disregard for the moment. Let's assume it's not there. And as I am selecting the black team here, I can't, but I can move the white team. What happens on this side? I can also move the white team. So here we have a problem regarding that. So we have two massive problems right now. First, the UI is in the screen, and second, both players could move the white pawn. So what problem should we be addressing first? We're going to be addressing the UI in the middle of the screen first. And there is two ways to go about this problem. I'll let you choose which one you want, but I'll actually force one up to you. I actually won't let you choose, but it's really up to you. There's two ways to go about it, and let me explain what they are. So this is our game UI script. We have to remove the UI, and the way we're going to do that is by moving the menu animator. Now, what we could do is when we launch the game, right here, we could simply say GameUI.instance, get a reference to the animator, and just say change to, what was it already? So change to game, set trigger game, or in-game menu, I believe, yeah. So we could do that line from this piece of code, but it gets a little bit unclean. It's a little bit spaghetti, and we don't really want that. The option I want to go for instead is the following. I want the game UI to be listening for messages as well. So I would rather take option number 2, which has to do with listening for the message. So going with the exact same way we've done it earlier, I'm just going to go up here, grab the register events, and I'll so grab the actual register event. Where is it at? Here it is. These two inside of the region. Grab them and also include them inside of my script. And now
little easier. Okay.
this script will be listening for network event as well. Which is what I am going for. We're listening for on start game for the client, so I'll just leave this one in there. And I'll generate the function, put it down here. Keep it exactly the same as it was before, and I don't think I've done that earlier, but we also have to unregister in case something happens. We'll have the option to do so right here. Okay, and when the game starts, the function I wanted to do was just take the animator. I believe it was the game animator. What was the name of this animator actually? Menu animator, here it is. Menu animator dot set trigger to, I also forgot what was the trigger, so it was in-game menu. Here it is. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's all I want to do. Now I know that we actually wrote 2 new function, 3 new function, called 2 new events, and
actually called? Okay, so pretty much if it hears that the game client starts, it puts it into game menu.
Also have a new call in our awake. That's a lot of code when we could just have done something of the sort, right? So we could have done something like that instead, and that would have worked just fine, assuming this one was public. But instead of doing that, we went the long route because we want things to be a little bit consistent, at least on my end. So I'd rather have this and be able to read it in the same exact way and know what happens, you know.
I don't know. Harder or not as hard? But then we don't need to put anything other the other
and have
start
it the other
client
way
right?
around and have a little bit more spaghetti. So up to you. This is what I like the best. Okay. I am not going to actually test this out just yet. We'll test it out at the same time as we test out the moving from the other team. The moving from the other team would actually be dealt with under the chessboard. So as we are under the chessboard, we have an option to pick up pawns in the update function. So inside of the update function, roughly over here, that is our condition we have to check for. So is it our turn? So this thing actually changes just a tiny bit, and it's roughly around here. So is it the white turn? Yes. Is it a piece that is from the white team? Yes. But both team right now, if it's the white turn, they're allowed to play. That is not what we want to do. Instead, we want to say, is it the white turn, and are we the white team? So is current team equal to 0?
Ah, okay. That makes sense. So then we just do the same thing over here, right? Or not?
With this, only the white player will be able to move the white pawn or the white anything really. So same thing here on this side. If it is not the white turn and we are current team 1, so we...
Okay, so yeah. That's how you do it. So if you're white team, if you're black team, and then the identifiers for the current team will make it so you can only move the
are the black
pieces
team,
if you're on that.
then we can move the block pawns, which will mean that I believe we fixed pretty much all we had to fix for today's episode. Except the single player game, yeah. So maybe we'll get into that. Alright, so let's check this out. This time around we're going to be hosting from the editor, why not? Let's host, connect.
Oh wait, I didn't compile yet.
The UI is gone, we have the proper
I need to rebuild it. I need to make it stronger. And wise. As well as kinder. You know, all the good things. Okay, so we got that down. Let us build stronger, faster. Just like he's doing. I'll make the post over here this time. And I'll connect on our actual game. So boop 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 boop. So right now our team is set to 0 on there. And then we will look over here. Connect. UI goes away. We start as the black team. We cannot move right now. But wrong one. Over here we can move. Watch on. Sadly, we don't have anything talking. Yeah, we don't have anything talking. We don't have anything that says that we can go back, so. Well, we can't see the moves happening, so we don't have anything to change our turn, that's what I mean. That's what I wanted to say. Those words.
camera angle, and as the black player, I can't move those pawns. I can't move the white team at all. As the white player, I can't move the black, but I can finally move these. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to test out moving the black for the sole purpose that this team, the black team, doesn't know we've made a move. It's not something that is part of our code just yet. So they don't know we've made the move, and that's completely fine. It's something we'll do in the next episode. But before I go any further, we want to do one more thing before we wrap up this episode. I know those episodes are quite longer than I expected in the first place. We could have made a lot more episodes, but you know what? Let's keep it short. What I wanted to do is make sure we fix the single player. So when we press on local game right now, this is what happens. Nothing, because yes, we are connected, and yes, we receive a assigned team, so we are team 0, but we're still technically waiting for the black player to join. Now, to keep track of whether or not we're playing in a local game or in an online game, we're gonna be doing that inside of a chessboard. So we'll be keeping a boolean value inside of the chessboard. To do so, I will go at my small multiplayer section we've made earlier, right around here, create a new private boolean called local game. I could assign a default value for the moment. Let's put it on.
Sounds like he's just doing what I already did. But this will probably just keep the logic better, so I'll make sure to do it anyway. Let's see. Zoom back out a little here. Okay.
On true, but we have to set that every time. So what is going to happen next is we have to somehow assign this value from the other script, from game UI actually, because game UI is the one that will be saying, hey, we're clicking on local game or online game. So we have to do that from these buttons inside of this script, but I'd rather keep this here private, because if I don't keep this private, well, if I try to expose this script, I'm gonna have to make this script either a reference inside of the game UI or a singleton or something like that, and I'd rather not do that. So instead what I'll do is I'll just subscribe to a certain event, and I will be listening for that event. So you do realize I swapped over to a lot of event-based stuff, and it's just the way I code now. I don't know if it's gonna last forever, but I think things are much cleaner sometimes. Here's what I'll do. So inside of my game UI, I will create a new action. That action will contain a boolean. So public action boolean, and let's call it local game, or is, or actually, you know what? Set local game would be good.
Sounds like he kind of is doing what I already did with my public is game active, but I did it in a different way. If I don't break my camera, I'll probably just put this on top of it. No, that's where they have it.
If it's on.
Oh. Oops. Oops. That's Alt. That's why.
We're on through, and if it's false, it's false. These action will be triggered first inside of the local button, so roughly around here after we change the menu before we launch these things, I believe. Set local game, invoke, true.
Okay.
Another place where we have
Oh. Didn't have the question mark.
to change this is when we connect to somebody. So on online connect button and also on online post button. So both of these set local game. Game to false because we're no longer a local game.
Yeah, that's probably good to set, actually. Yeah, that's probably good to have.
We are now a multiplayer game here and there.
Make sure I have it in the right spots. Back button, connect button. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And all I have to do from this point on is listen to this very specific event, because this one has a public instance, so we can access this without any issue. Let's go back on the chessboard under my register event. See, it's coming in quite handy at this point, right? Under the register event, I'm gonna go down here. This is not related to multiplayer, so I'm just gonna put it aside, and I'm gonna say
Chessboard. Register event.
game UI instance is local game. Actually set local game. Call this on set local game. Take this function, generate it. Copy this code. Go over somewhere else. So in this section, and here I'm gonna do local game is equal to my value. I'll just call it v in this case. Okay. Something I haven't done earlier. Let's just take all of these and make sure we unregister if something happens. In this
Unset local game bool.
section, and here I'm gonna do local game is equal to my value. I'll just call it v in this case.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Something I haven't done earlier. Let's just take all of these and make sure we unregister if something happens in the future.
Spell it wrong. No, I'm I'm not sure why it's doing that. That's why.
So same thing, copy paste, just change the plus equal to minus equal.
Okay. I don't know why I started that one. Change them to minus.
And we're set.
I did it again.
Alright, so now that we have our local game value, and it is actually
Let me just show you really quick. Did this down here on set local game. We put the V there. We just set these to the unregistered area. Game UI, we have the unregistered stuff also. Now the start game trigger for that. Oh. And we moved that to online connection. Set local game invoke false. Invoke false for the online host button 2. And invoke true when we're hitting the true button. This code up here is all stuff I added. Just to make sure. Get that point across. And this too. And here. Oh. Just to make sure I know.
being said on the right thing, we're gonna head down to where we welcome our player and we assign the team. So roughly around here, at the bottom, I'll say, if we are a local...
Okay, so... Client on welcome. Local game.
And on top of that, we are team 0, I believe. So if we're a local game and we're the white player, or the first player in that matter, let's go ahead and start the game, right? So we're gonna do... Should we do client or should we do server? Oh, here we're the server, right? So server, instance, send, actually not send, but broadcast. Technically we could also just send because we're a single player, but that's what we... Let's do a broadcast instead. There's only one player connected anyway. It's going to be a new net start game message like that. And I believe...
Game.
Just like that, we should now have what we want.
And don't need brackets.
There is one problem, however, and that's when we swap turns. When we swap turns, the new code that we wrote earlier, so over here, this is going to mess us over because we only have one current team. So when we swap turn, we also have to swap the current team. So I believe we have a function called next turn, I believe, or no, turn is white turn. So is white turn. Let's find this value where we swap it over. We swap it under, I believe this is move to, the function. Yeah, under move to, where we swap this turn to is not white turn. Actually, not instead, but below that, we're going to say if we are a local game, then our current team is going to be equal to, well, if we're...
Board. Where's move to? Checkmate, special move, operations, move to. Okay, so they want us to look at here. So we want to add if local game. Different team. Not that.
0, our current team is going to be equal to the 1 else 0. So we're just swapping this value in between 0 and 1. So if it's
Okay, so that would actually toggle it on and off then for the current stuff. Oh, I always accidentally do that. Double equal. Double equal. Remember it.
0, it goes to 1. If it's 1, it goes to 0. And if we don't have any error, this should have restored our local game. Oh, and we do have an error. So what is up with this one?
Oh, great.
Game UI instance was not found, probably because this chessboard awake was ran before the game UI, which is not correct. It should be ran after. What we could do is we could change the script order, or we could just change the chessboard to be ran on the start instead. So I'm gonna go with the easy solution, put that on start. It's
Just waking up too fast.
not really recommended to change the script execution order. I've heard many people say that. I still haven't investigated why. If you know, please let me know in the comment section down below. Okay, so let's hit local game. We're connected. We only have one assigned team, which is fine. We're not allowed to move the black team. We are, however, allowed to move this one. We did one move, can't move the white team anymore, but we can then move the black team.
Okay, so let's just test that really quick for our game over here. Since we did all that, we hit local game. Everything seems to be running correctly. Yeah, that seems okay.
So everything seems to be working. Alright, so we've managed to restore the local game for our multiplayer game, and we've done that by simulating that we were 2-player at once, basically. So it's still going through the multiplayer code, and from that point on, everything's going to be using the multiplayer code, even though you are the same person, right? So if you're both player at the same time, we're still going to be using the multiplayer code, and we're missing the one part that is really important, and that's when you do a move on one side, it has to be replicated on the other side. So in the next episode, we're going to be doing the move to message, which is the biggest one, but it's also one of the it's a very simple one actually. It's going to fit in our code quite well. So I do invite you to look at that in the next episode. Hope you guys enjoyed, hope you learned something, and if you did,
Fine.
Moonbreaker
The last one.
is good. It's a sci-fi style world
And then we
with
get an
all
advertisement.
kinds of wacky characters.
I don't care about your wacky characters.
so
I
this
want
is the day
code.
we wrap it up, guys.
Give me
Today
code.
I'm going to be showing you two
I remember to
messages,
put
two
my
new
stuff
messages
up
we do. The
first.
first one is making a move, and the second one would have to be rematch. So by the end of this episode, we should have everything we need to have a full chess game. So as you can see here, beginning is fine. We're gonna do the Fool's Mate, and here we go. Every time, by the way, I haven't said that, but every move has been working quite well, including the special move. And then on top of that, at the end, we've changed the name of the buttons for rematch and menu, because when you click on rematch, this shows up on the other player screen and it says opponent wants a rematch. Then you can go ahead and the game still works as it.
Okay.
Okay, so the video
Let's do
today
it.
will be split in two parts. The first part about replicating a move being done in multiplayer, and the second part about doing a rematch. The rematch is going to have a little bit of UI in it as well. We're going to start off by creating our message, by creating our new net message, and that net message will be, of course, the did we call it make move? I believe it was make.
Doesn't even remember. That's fine. I don't need most right now. I shouldn't need my chess pieces right now either, honestly. So I'm gonna take these off here. Chessboard and game UI I'm pretty sure I do need still.
I'm just gonna make some room for other code though. Yeah, here. Show the whole bar. Okay, so first, pull my first trick. I'll bring up net utility again. You're gonna need that. Bring up net message. I don't think we need net message, but utility I'll keep up. Yeah, I don't think we need message. So let me just make sure it was make move. Oh no, I don't know why it pulled me over. Pulled me over. There we go. Actually, I'll just pull up. Not that. Pull up the welcome really quick. Make move, make move. Do we not have a make move for us? No idea. Yeah, we did. Why isn't it coming up then? I'll just rate it normally. Okay, we should have changed all that out. So let's just see what this
Make
dude
move.
does.
So net make move. We're gonna go inside of it, and as we like to do, we're just gonna copy over stuff so we can be a little bit more efficient. So I'm gonna be taking any of the net message I currently have, just copy pasting it in here, and we will change that for net make move. Inherit from net message. Make sure we change the name of the constructor. Make sure we change the operation code as well, very important. So this stays the same.
Oh man, okay.
The serialize will change eventually, but now
Okay, so that's good. That's good.
now we're just gonna collapse it. Received on client will change for the good event being called, so C make move and S make move. Alright, so this message will carry on the information every time you do a move, which will require two pieces of information. One, what is the position of the piece that is being moved initially, and where is it going? That's the only information we need. And also the team in there, yeah. So here are my field. I'm going to copy them over.
Public. Let's see, how many did I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Destination X.
Original X will be for the original position, Y, same thing, X, and then Y. I'm not doing a vector tune here, and it's very important, and I should have said that a little bit earlier, but when you make a message that needs to be carried on over to the internet through the socket, through the box, right? You want to be using very basic types unless you have a way to serialize those types. So for example here, if I was to go down in the serialize and I had a vector 2 up here, I would be trying to somehow make it fit inside of a float, and then I'd have to write another float and then another float. So I'd have to write 3 float, for example, for vector 3. There is no right vector 2 in here. So unless you make that on your own, then just try and use really basic types. But you can actually do that, right? So you could make an extension of this class and allow you to write a certain amount of bits or byte for a very specific type. Just know that when you do that, you'll also have to do it on the other side as well, so in the reader as well. That being said, we have a couple of int to write. First, the original X, then the original...
Okay, so...
Y. That is the two first one we write, followed by the destination X.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you just say just write them all? Just write them all.
And also destination Y. I'm just gonna make sure my face is not in the way. And finally, we have the team ID as well. So team...
Even the team ID. Even Yamcha fell at the hands of the android. You know that?
ID.
Even Yamcha.
If you guys remember, when we write them in a certain fashion, we also have to deserialize them in the same fashion. So here, in the deserialize, we're going to start with original X and say reader read int. Copy.
Okay. One too many.
Copy that couple of times. That's original Y, destination X, destination Y, and finally team ID. Those are all int, so I don't need to change the type over here. Okay, and our message is pretty much done already, right? So that's all we have to do for the make move message. Now it's time to hook this up inside of the game. We now have to hook this new message somewhere in our code. So going back on the chessboard, I'm going to be having a look at the function called move to. So this function down here, roughly at line 560. This function, the way it used to work before is that we have a chess piece, and then we mention where it should go, right? So this is the destination, and the CP would contain the origin. What I would like to do at this point is, since we are rewriting this game to be always multiplayer. Even if we're playing a local game, I want it to be using always multiplayer code. And the way our message is made, so the way the net message is made here, we don't have a reference to a chess piece. Instead, we have a reference to the original X and Y, in which we can use that to find a chess piece. So I'm going to rewrite the signature of this to match what the messages need. So what I'll do is I'll remove that, and I'll say original X, original Y. So we're adding a new int parameter, and then the
Let me change this. I'm just making sure to write that so then I know if I need to edit this when I'm making the game I want to make, then we'll have to change that.
the destination is going to be X and then Y. And also here we're gonna have to go back through the function and also fix a couple of things, like here previous position, instead of being current X we just use original X, and current Y we just use original. Original Y. Did I? Yeah, I wrote that wrong. That's why.
Huh.
There we go. But throughout this function, we have things such as we have to check for the team, and we also have to assign the piece at a couple of places. So we're gonna come back and say chess piece CP is gonna be equal to chess pieces.
Where are you adding that? Return false. Looking at the wrong thing. This one.
At original X and original Y. So we still have our CP parameter, though it is inside of here instead. And one more thing I'd like to do is this contain valid move. I actually like to move it outside of this function, and instead we're going to put it where we drag and drop, or not drag and drop, but we drag the pieces around. So I'm going to cut this from the move to function.
Okay.
Go to where I actually called move to, so roughly around here.
Okay, well that's where it's supposed to go anyway.
So this is inside of the update function, and above that, maybe above here, I'm going to call this function. And I'm just going to reorder this piece of code quite a lot here, so have a look at that. So we're going to keep this statement here at the top. So when we're currently dragging and we're releasing the mouse button, but then on top of that, I will say if we contain a valid move instead of returning, and by the way, if it's we contain a valid move and not if we don't, at the hit position.x and hit position.y, that's what we're testing here.
No, there's still three. Still three of those.
Then we're going to be opening up the bracket and we'll put the move to function in there. Do also know that this move to returns a boolean, though I don't plan on using it anymore, so I'll just remove the boolean. And put it up here. And just call the move function in case we have the special move. So what we've done right here is we removed the boolean. Why? Well, because earlier we were going to say if we are allowed to do a valid move, then do the move to, but if we're not, just return as false. But the truth is, it was kind of irrelevant to have that in there, because the move to, remember, the line we had, the only line we had where we could return null was at the top over here. So right at the beginning of the function, we had a way to exit if it didn't work. So instead of putting it right at the beginning here, since I want this to be working when this, I want this to be working 100% of the time when somebody else calls it through the multiplayer message. I want to have the condition being put outside of that, so I don't want to have the condition in there in case, for example, the other player makes a move and then we enter the move to function and then just here it says return false and then it exits. Then both clients are going to be desynchronized because the first one will have a valid move, that's why he did the move to, but the second one won't, and then we're just in a mess. And actually, you know what? To prove the point even further, I'm going to put that under a void. And this statement over here, we don't need anymore. We're just going to do a normal return. And at the end, same thing, normal return. So going back in my update statement where we were refactoring this piece of code here when we released the mouse button, first I'd like to make sure that when I contain a valid move and I'm releasing, I want to do the move to. The move to, however, does no longer takes in the currently dragging piece. So instead what we're going to do is we are going to use this previous position here. And I'll move that up like so, because we'll need
the old train whistle fire.
it as well if we are to release that piece and it doesn't work. So previous position dot x
But that was not what I wanted. There we go.
and previous position dot y. Now our move to function should be called, and here is where we'll have net implementation.
Yeah. Didn't put the comma. Didn't put the comma.
But we also have to not forget that we had statement in case it didn't work here. So in my else statement, I'm going to be taking this, currently dragging, set position, and what else? We also need to have the currently dragging null, put all of that roughly around here.
Roughly. I'm glad you know so well.
And call it a day.
Then we need to get rid of this one. Wait. Okay. Okay.
We could also have a return statement here, I believe, in case we exit, but I don't think we can actually exit out of that, can we? Yeah, so if we don't exit, we are going to be running this code, but then currently dragging is null, so we could actually remove the return.
If you say so, teacher. I just typed stuff. I don't know what it means. I know what some of it means.
So at this point, move to should only be called if we contain a valid move. And if we don't, then we go back to resetting things as we were earlier. So if we have a valid move and we are the one doing it, right? Because this is client-sided, this use input.get button, so it's something that is launched by the client only. If this happens, we need to create a new message. And now I don't think we've done that. Well, yeah, we've done that with assign theme, but let's do another example on how we create a message. So make move is going to be equal to a new message. This one, we're going to assign the original x to previous position.x. You got it, previous position.y, and the destination is going to be hit position. So going back here, the destination x.
Okay, so
and the destination y is going to be equal to hit position.x and then hit position.y. So xy, xy, make sure we are totally fine here. And then finally, we also have to assign the team ID, and that's going to be equal to the current team. At this point, our message is ready, we just have to send it. So client instance send to server with the message.
okay. So
Okay,
why didn't that work? Doesn't make sense. Is it because I'm not using the right thing? Do I do the protection level? Oh, I just had it set to private instead of public.
And with that, we now
Ah,
have a
dude,
message
that's
being
much.
sent over to the server. Now it's
Ah,
time for the
ding
server
dong.
to grab that message and broadcast it to the other person. So as we done earlier, when we want to listen for a message, we're going to be registering ourselves to its events. Which means we're going to go down to register event at the very bottom of our very long script now. And it should be somewhere around here. So yeah, here it is. Register event. We're going to say, since it's a message for the server, it's s make move. And we do plus equal on make move server. I'm going to be copying this one over.
You in that message still or no?
And where it says unwelcome server, I'll just copy this whole thing.
I guess we're using a lot of the same code. Edit that as needed.
And call it on make move server. Is going to be a net message. Yes, connection is going to be connection as well. And here is
okay.
what we'll do. So we received the message, and our goal here is to broadcast it back. So we've done that in the past. We know how easy it is.
Wait, why did I
Receive
copy the whole thing if we weren't
and
gonna use it?
just broadcast it back. We do it by actually just calling the server.instance broadcast message. We could do it this way, but to give you a little bit more leeway, what I like to do, what I've done in my other piece of code is this. So I
Okay. I don't think I've used it as.
I got the same message. I cast it in what the type is, so the real type is that. And here, if you want, you could do some validation, some checks, just to make sure the person is not hacking or something like that. I'm just gonna give you an empty space to do that here, but of course, will not take care of that on my side, simply because if the person is smart enough to do memory editing to hack chess, maybe he shouldn't be playing chess. But the option is here. That's where you would do it. Okay. The real type is that.
Right.
And here, if you want, you could do some validation, some checks, just to make sure the person is.
So do I need both of these things still then? I don't know.
Not hacking or something like that. I'm just gonna give you an empty space to do that here, but of course, will not take care of that on my side, simply because if the person is smart enough to.
I'm not getting rid of it, so I think it's the same thing. And he'll
remember
delete it
anything to
after.
hack chess. Maybe he shouldn't be playing chess. But the option is here. That's where you would do it. Okay. Now, what this will do is we will receive the message on the server, and at this point, we're sending it back, but this time to all the clients. So going back to my register events, also, by the way, if we're doing something in register event, I always forget to do it, but we also have to do that in on-register.
Right. Do it in unregistered also.
Event and just add the minus sign. That being said, let's go back, say net utility C make move, because now we're receiving the message as well, and we want to do on make move client. Copy this line over, post it down there. There we go. So same thing as the last time, we're gonna head over to the
On make move client. Right. It's not sending back to
server and do I'm just gonna copy this one over. Yep. On make move client. Rename that for message. Since I'm here, I'm also gonna rename that for message. What was it? Oh yeah, okay. And the code inside of here is going to be a little bit more complex. So when we receive that message that somebody has made a move, we now have to replicate that very specific move. So first, I'm going to grab the reference. Net make move is equal to the message cast as the proper type, so net make move. Now I can have the information inside of it. And just to make sure, I'm going to do a debug.log here. I'll just copy the one I have over on the other screen. It's a debug.log that says make move, which team has made the move, what was the original position, going into the destination as well. So I can just have a look in my console.
Oh, great. Money sign. Team ID. Destination X. Nation Y.
So and see if things are proper a little bit later on. And our goal over here will be to check if this is our team If it's not our team, then we're gonna replicate with the move to function. Now, you might be asking, why am I not doing it in a authoritative manner? So why am I not just not moving the player at all, just doing a request to move when I'm on the client side, and then letting everybody move on this function here? So when we broadcast this message and we receive on make move client, why am I not waiting until this point to do the move to function? The simple answer is because of the delay. So if I want things to be on the client side, if I want things to look smooth, I'm gonna make the move on the client side first, and I'll just have the other person replicate the move. If you wanted to make something that is extremely secure and you could say non-hackable, assuming that you have validation checks in here, you could technically, in my update function where I release the piece, you could say that you don't move the piece over there, but instead you're gonna move it when you receive the on make move client message. But in this case, I don't do that. I want to make sure that it's smooth on both sides. So I'm gonna say this instead. If the message I receive, if the team ID is not equal to my team, then only then will I move the piece. And we'll do it like that. So quite a couple of line of code here. We can't just do move to, because if we were to do move to, and I'll show you because we have to write this line anyway, original X, original Y, destination X, and then destination Y. If I was to just do this, I would enter some conflict with special move. Why? Well, because when we parse the function, when we do move to usually, so roughly around here, before we do that, we filled in a list of available move and a list of special move. If we don't have these, so if we don't have the specific available move and we don't have the special move, in case the other person does something that involves a special move, we're not going to have the same effect on our end. So it's very important that before we actually run this, we run the possibilities of what will happen on the other side. So we're going to say available move is equal to, I need to have a target here, so here. Chess piece target is equal to chess pieces at the index, chess pieces at the index original X. And do note the simulation here is not going to be that expensive because we're just running it on a single piece, the piece that is the target in this case. We're going to say available move is equal to target.get available move with, of course, the reference board, the tile count, and we've got it. So what's up with this one? Oh, well, let's use the constant field instead. But not only that, the available move is fine, but then what was important here was the special move. So special move is going to be equal to target get special move reference with the chess piece, reference with the move list, and reference with the available moves. Okay, a lot of code. It is now time to finally...
Okay.
Yeah, it's all in here. Chess pieces. Target. Equal. And then I need available moves, target,
objects. Up count Y. Then we need special move. Ref. Just pieces. Okay. Wait, was that the wrong one? That was the wrong one. And then move to. And then we have and then original X, original Y, and then destination X.
Test it out. So
Okay.
we're gonna go ahead, launch a build. Alright, so we're connecting. This is the white side. No bug as before, that's good. And then we're gonna make our first move and drop, and it doesn't work. Okay, crap. So what's going on here? So one of the problems we got for sure is over here, in the net utility. So in the net utility, we didn't.
I already did do that though. Just in
On
case it
command
changes
the
anything
make
else.
move, so therefore our message was not being unpacked properly, and I don't know why we didn't see this, but
Probably because you made these videos on different days, I assume. Probably that. But let's attempt to see this before he goes on. Let's see it ourselves. Make this one host. Eventually I'll... There we go. Alt-tabbing out, I swear. Always causes me problems. Okay, go to online game. Connect. Go over here. We're on black team, so let me just see. So right now you see my peep. We're gonna move on the white team on the other one. And yeah, still not working. Oh. Little janky. We got a, what was that? Object reference, not set to an out, reference of an object. Interesting, didn't work properly. It attempted to work, then didn't. I'm gonna try that really quick again. This time I'll host. I don't have to build and run, so launch it. It does connect to each other, which is nice. Okay. So it is breaking when we try to move our piece. So let's see what the dude says
Hey,
about that.
my bad. So I'm gonna go back, give it a try, only in the local game just for the moment.
Oh.
And let's see. Now I just can't release this. But I'm receiving the messages down here, so I'm making all of these big messages whenever I drag. But it's not gonna be enough, so we're gonna have to fix that dragging mechanic issue. Alright, so I found a problem, and the problem is a simple one. I'm just having a little bit of issue thinking about where would be the cleanest place to put these two pieces of code. So roughly over here, currently dragging is equal to null, and then remove highlight tiles. We have to remove that reference. We also have to make sure we remove the tiles. And I'm wondering if I should just do it down here, or I should do it inside of the move to function. So I'll initially try this one out at this very specific spot. And if it doesn't work, I'll just move it to the move to function, where we could just do a big cleanup. It just depends, because as the other person, as the other client, I wonder if that's going to leave a trace, is what I'm trying to say. If the other person does it. But this seems to be fine at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and try this out in multiplayer. And I will leave the console running this time as well, so I can have a look down there. Let's host. Join. And let's have a look here. As I move this piece, it's being replicated on this side, which is great. And what's in the console? So make move from team 0 from 4-1 to 4-3. And as you can see, my problem that I had is right there. So the tiles are still highlighted, and that's not what I want. So I gotta make sure this doesn't happen. And it's really, really annoying. It seems to be happening. Wait, how actually did it happen? It doesn't happen anymore. Either way, so I saw that problem happen once, so I'm going to be taking these two lines of code over here, and I'm going to go inside of the move to function, and at the bottom, roughly after process special move,
The move to.
I'm going to input them in there, and just to make sure I don't do anything stupid, currently dragging is going to be equal to null only if it is equal to something.
Okay.
And with that done, I think I'm going to be good to go at this point. Let's move. The move is being done. I'm not seeing any weird highlighting mechanic. And it's being reflected.
Okay, well, let's try it ourselves then. I'll build the project again. Just to show, we moved it down here into the move to section and added that code right there on line 716. This area. We added this. But we cut that from up here at the update area. From here. We cut that out from here. Just to show again. Okay, so did that. I'll do the host on this side again. Connect over here. Can I, like, resize this? I don't think I can. Well then, I guess I will do this. Okay, so I am white right now, going first. Oh, I'm trying to see the movement at the same time. Okay, so. Well, that didn't work.
by the way, here's my turn, I can't do anything. I can't move anything because it's not my turn, and then on this side, can't move the black side, but I can move this one. Oh, and I just realized that. Huh. Okay, that's some new bugs right here. Well, we're gonna have to go ahead and fix that. So the first step of fixing a bug would be to figure out how it happened. So I can drag somewhere else, that's totally fine. But if I drag my piece on top of here, or anywhere that I cannot go, then I run into a problem where everything now becomes out of sync, and that's not cool. So yeah, definitely not cool. So we found the problem. The problem has to do with when I release and it's not a valid move. Oh wait, it's me. I'm being stupid. I actually removed the removed the function down here. I don't know why I removed those. My bad. This is the.
I guess we didn't need to remove this.
This is completely a mess. Sorry about that. Okay, that should now work. We saw that the make move mechanic did work as well. What we're gonna go into in the second part of this.
Well, I guess let's try again. Well, actually, first. I have a weird bug now. Trying to read 4 bytes from a stream where only 0 are available. What does that mean? Yeah, and I keep getting it. I'm not sure what it means.
Video would be the rematch mechanic. So let me just test this out again. Yeah, okay, fix. That's good. Alright, so quick.
I'm not sure why this byte thing is messing up now. Yeah, let's Google it.
Let's look. Expected to read 400 bytes, but only receive 0. Hmm. You shouldn't do it on local mode, though. What does that mean, though? Hmm. Unity form. Did I make something public? Private? Or supposed to be public? The only thing I can think of. I said to make that private, though. You did start instead of wake. It was working before we changed move to. As far as we know. Let's make sure these are correct. These look pretty uniform to me. None of this have to deal with stream, though. So I feel like the problem is somewhere else. Hmm. Oh. Might have found the problem. Might have found the problem. I never got rid of the assigned team thing. And put that back up either. Am I starting to get too tired, brain? Haven't even had dinner yet. Maybe. Everything else was working though, so I figured it had to be something on Make Move. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that functioned correctly. Okay. Local game works correctly. From what it appears to be, at least. Let's build and run that again. I'll do what I just did last time, and we'll pop up the actual game on here. And I'll look at my little Unity thing so I can see if the movements are the same. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna host. Host. Connect. Okay. So we're connected. Now I'm going to move white piece. Okay. There we go. I'll throw a black piece over there. I can see both pieces are moved now. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. Seems to be working properly. Let me actually get the correct size back on this now. So the way to actually exit doesn't have anything that says that the player left, huh? Might have to do that later. But for right now, that is working as intended. Okay, so
Test before we wrap
we're
this
in like
one
the
up.
final push.
We are gonna be connecting.
Like another 20 minutes. So close. So far.
Let's see.
I'm just happy it
Make
actually
this
worked.
move. That move. Go back on this side, and everything seems to be working just good. So killing a unit is also there. One thing that we could be testing out would be a special move, because that's a condition that is a little bit outside of the normal. So let's do special move. Being reflected perfectly on both sides, so that's amazing. We've got our make move. Last thing we'd like to do for this episode would be the rematch mechanic. Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up in this episode. So the rematch mechanic, it's gonna be a new message again, so a net rematch in this case.
Okay. The final stretch. So we're going net messages again. Nets. Rematch. Pop that up in our code. I'll just do what we did before. Gonna go all copy paste. Rematch, rematch, rematch. And then we rematch, rematch. Go over here. Take that out so it actually sees it. that.
And the content of this message will simply be which team is asking for a rematch. So I'm going to be going ahead, taking any message I currently have, pasting it in here, and as always, net rematch is going to be the message name, and I'm going to keep the team ID in there. So that's the only
Okay. Team ID stay.
one I care about.
So that means we don't need these. And we don't need these. Change out those.
Changing, of course, the constructor name, changing the operation code, and this time around, I'm not going to forget about it. I'm going to go uncommented from the net utility. There we go. That's a
I did
very
that
good
first.
job. Congratulations, Michael. Okay. Serialize, we only want to serialize the team ID, and deserialize, we only want to deserialize that team ID. Of course, we're going to go down here as well, change it to C rematch and S rematch. Just like this, we have our message, and we just have to find a way where to implement it properly. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll do one more thing just to make this a little bit more polished. What I'll do is I'll add another byte actually in there called want rematch, as in you would like to rematch or not. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give an option for the player to say no, well, to exit basically. And that will let the other player know if he wants a rematch or if he exit and he doesn't want to play again. So one last thing, go back here, we're writing a byte this time. I want to say a boolean, but there's no boolean in there, so instead we're going to do a byte, and that byte is going to be 0 or 1, 1 being of course positive, and anything else being negative. Two.
Okay, Ritter.
So rematch, read byte, and
Want a bite? I'm sorry.
I think my face is in the way, so sorry about that. There we go. So with this net message, net rematch message, we are going to go inside of the chessboard, and in the chessboard there is, I believe, a victory screen right here, and we'll take advantage of that victory screen by adding a button in there. So what we'll do is, but we already have a button in there, right? It's like a retry, or it's like rematch, and the other one is exit. So here what we'll do, we'll create one more private transform rematch indicator object. Now we also need something to happen when we press on the rematch button or the replay button. I think we already have something regarding that button somewhere, right? So let's see. Going to collapse everything just to see if we have a button for that. I believe we called every button click on something. Oh yeah, here. So that's the on reset button. Instead of being on reset, I'm going to rename that to on rematch actually. So on rematch button, do know that by renaming a button like that, what happens is we are going to clear the reference, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to do something about that in just a bit. But all of these will have to be moved somewhere else. So here's what I'll do. I'll do a public void game reset, and I'll just take the whole content of that.
Wait, did you say public? Yeah.
and just move it to the on game reset. You probably didn't see what I just done, but I hold Alt and I just moved one line at a time. And since it's too big, you didn't see, but I moved everything from on rematch to game reset. So with this in mind, we're gonna be using the same exact way that we toggled on who's won, basically. So victory screen has a transform inside of it. 0 means that the white team has won, and 1 here would mean the black team has won. We're gonna do the exact same thing here, but with the rematch indicator instead. So I'll just do this code before we actually do the UI, since I know I'll need it. And
Okay. Transform. Well, let's do this. Work smarter, not harder.
once we reset everything, we're just gonna set everything on false. So both child 0 and child 1 will be set on false. Now, going inside of our rematch button, we're gonna say net rematch. So net rematch RM is gonna be equal to a new net rematch. So we're creating a new message, and then we're gonna say, hey, our team ID is the current team. And also, do I want the rematch? If I press on the rematch button, I do. Therefore, the byte is gonna be equal to 1. And then we're gonna send that message over. So send, instance, send to.
Let's do it.
Server with the rematch thing. One problem that comes with this is that if we are a local game, we want to have a rematch button. Like, we want to jump into a rematch right away. So we're gonna have to wrap this up inside of a condition here. If we are a local game, do something else, do what we just defined. And what do we do when we are a local game? Well, we're actually just going to take both of these messages, well, just one of these messages, and copy twice, and I'll say white rematch, and that's the black rematch. And I'll just send both messages. It's a quick way to do things. Team ID is going to be equal to 0. Yes. Yes, I want a rematch. Yes, let's send this message. And black rematch will be the same, so he's going to be team 1, and yes, he's going to want a rematch. And that's all I do here. So it's a simple way to do things. We're just gonna simulate, well, we're not gonna simulate, we're gonna send these two messages back to us, and at this point we'll see, hey, look, The white team wants a rematch and the black team wants a rematch, so let's just go ahead and launch the game. Now this is cool, but only if you want to have a rematch. If you don't want to have a rematch, I'm going to copy this code over inside of the on exit button, which should we leave it on exit? We should call it something like on menu because we no longer quit. So on menu button, and instead of quitting, we're gonna
it's fine.
create a new message. The only difference here is that we do not want a rematch, so we're gonna say 0, which will mean yeah, we don't want a rematch, and then we're gonna exit by doing a game reset initially, and then go inside. We have to create something in the game UI that's gonna put us back to where we were before, and also reset some values. So reset some values. The player count now becomes -1, and also the current team now becomes -1 as well. And here I'll do a game UI instance on leave from game menu, I guess. That could do it. And now we're gonna go inside of this instance, this game UI instance, and we're gonna make sure we plug in this button. Now we've made a little section for every single screen we had. The only screen we didn't have was the online menu, the game menu actually. So I'll create it down here. And when we go back to the menu, because before we were just quitting, but when we go back to the menu we have to change the camera, put it back on the menu. We are going to change the animator as well, so game animator, or menu animator, sorry. Set trigger to... What was the trigger to go back to the menu actually?
Oh no.
We can find it here, so start menu, right? So we're gonna do that.
It's getting pretty late. I've been going out for 10 hours. I think I might finish up the rest of this on myself own. Mostly because the person used a different camera than I did, so I'll have to go and set that myself instead of using their video for that part. So I'll take care of that. But for any who popped in, thanks for watching. Did a lot of coding today. Did a little more writing. Happy about that. I added another 2,000 words to that story. I should just finish that off, but getting there at least. Either way, for any who popped in, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one. So till then, catch you later. Bye.